That is wild to me. He got sacked once. We're going to break down everything that you need to know with this game as we are still in Minneapolis for the next 4 hours. We've got coverage all day long here on NFL Network. Nate, there's a lot to chew on here. What's one thing that's sticking out to you right now?
The one thing I can appreciate about this game is that these guys have reinvented themselves. And the Patriots have been the Patriots for so long. They're always going to remain one of the more dominant teams in history. But it's the Eagles that I'm looking at. I'm looking at Nick Foles and what he's been able to do. We're familiar with the story in the past, 27 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. We're familiar with a short stint with the Chiefs and what he did there, coming back to the Eagles and then dominating after Carson Wentz goes down. Played unbelievable. The way he sat in that pocket was the most impressive thing I've seen. It's funny because as you're talking about the game and how great it was, in my head I'm thinking this is the GOAT. This game is the GOAT. This sport is the GOAT. The NFL, we are the GOAT of sports. But Nick Foles is the GOAT. And you look at what he's been able to do and where he's at. Every quarterback has highs and lows. The highs in his career could be better than 75% of the quarterbacks in the league.
That's a great point.
Amazing game.
All I heard about all week, or all I even talked about all week, was you can't give Belichick, McDaniels, and Patricia 2 weeks to prepare. The X factor here is that they do not lose when they have time to game plan. Doug Peterson ran circles around the greatest coach of all time last evening. Doug Peterson had the courage and in what Frank Reich called the stones to call a 4th and 1 handoff to Trey Burton, pass to Nick Foles for a touchdown when it all mattered. 4th and 1 from the 1 with 34 seconds left in the first half. And then a 4th and 1 in the fourth quarter goes to Zach Ertz on a shotgun play to keep the drive alive. I thought Doug Peterson, who, guys, when USA Today ranked all the coaches that were hired last year, it was McVay, it was a lot of these other guys. Doug Peterson, USA Today, all the writers voted the 7th coach hired, ranked out of 7. This year, there was a poll on another website. Let's rank the 1 to 32 coaches. Doug Peterson was ranked 32nd out of 32 coaches by that poll. Last night, Doug Peterson coached the greatest Super Bowl game of all time and out-coached not only Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels, and Matt Patricia. Doug Peterson last night was an absolute star, and to him, hats off. You don't get a lot of credit. You just coached one of the greatest coaching performances of all time.
First they write you off, and then they write about you.
That's how it works.
You know what? A year ago, we had just gotten off the 28-3, and we were saying this morning, we were saying it was the craziest Super Bowl I've ever seen. I think this one was crazier in a way. I'm trying to piece what happened last night like I was on some kind of bender. I mean, there were 54 first downs in this game. Tom Brady threw for 500 yards. They didn't punt, and they lost. It was an absolutely insane triple espresso shot of a football game. Kay, what did we learn last night? We learned that you can't stop the feeling.
True.
You can't stop the passing.
True.
You can't stop the rushing.
Facts.
But you can beat the Patriots. An unbelievable, amazing moment for the Philadelphia Eagles, their staff, their players, their fans.
Amazing.
From start to finish, they took out, not the GOAT, the GOATs. And I'm stunned what we
Brady
witnessed
had the ball
last
with
night.
over 2 minutes left, Kyle, and it was everybody's take on Twitter. I was home. I wasn't at the game. I had left the game by that point, and I was like, here we go. You're giving him too much time, guys.
Yes.
Didn't work out. He's human. They beat him. The coaching was huge. My question is, where was the defense in this game? And you know, I love offense.
Right.
I love that more than anything, but why is Malcolm Butler not out there? That, to me, is the question that I woke up scratching my head. I'm asking Nate what he thinks. Malcolm, you're allowing close to 400 yards through the air in this game. You've got to think that if he's out there and it's not Eric Rowe, and Eric Rowe's already come out and said that wasn't the game. I wasn't supposed to be out there starting. So clearly this happened either right before the game or during the game, or it wasn't part of the plan. I want to know what happened. That's going to be a question.
many
and it's going
layers.
to be infuriating because I don't know that we're ever going to find out the answer.
He's a Super Bowl hero and was sitting on the sideline.
It's crazy to me why he's
literally
not in there.
won
All
them a
right.
game before.
Plenty
Yeah,
more
the Super
breakdowns of this game. We strapped a GoPro to this one and saw what happened during the Super Bowl. Don't miss that. We've got all the celebrations. Gronk saying he's going to retire, maybe? What? We'll be back. We'll hear from Coach Peterson as well. Peterson and Foles live at the podium. And from backup QB to MVP, well-deserved love for Nick Foles after this.
Good Morning Football at the Super Bowl is presented by the Mazda CX-5. Driving matters.
Every stitch is a part of me. All these shapes and designs express our devotion to craftsmanship. I want people to feel our passion when they touch it and when they drive it.
Test drive the CX-5 and experience the details for yourself.
When it comes to car insurance, imitation is not a sincere form of flattery. And to the unsuspecting, it can be deceptive. So when you go online, be sure you're getting an actual quote from the General Insurance, not an imitation.
The General has provided low-cost auto insurance for more than 50 years. Get your anonymous online quote with low payments now.
And if you don't see our smiling faces, you're on the wrong website, buddy.
For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Know my name. You don't know it yet, but I'm your all-time favorite player.
Lamar Jackson with more wizardry.
I'm the next face of the franchise.
Sam Darnold, incredible.
I'm the X Factor. I'm your new screensaver.
Mayfield, it's like he's got eyes in the back of his head.
I'm your lucky jersey. Know my name. The future starts here. Follow my journey on NFL Network. Know my name. Know my name.
Welcome to the auto show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Let's check out some Chevys. What's your first impression here?
This car is really amazing. This is nice. That's awesome.
And what if I told you that you can get auto show cash right now?
Cashback is always great. Oh my gosh.
Get 0% financing for 60 months on this 2018 Chevy Equinox LT. Or use your Auto Show bonus cash to get $32.50 total cash allowance when you finance with GM Financial. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I was on my way to work, and next thing you know, I was on the ground. The trash truck ran over both my legs. I had 16 surgeries. I don't sleep through the night unless I had my medicine. My medical bills was piling up. My employer stopped paying me. Conley Hawkins is putting me back together.
Good Morning Football is back. Ain't no party like a we did not sleep at all Super Bowl in Minneapolis party, right, guys?
Right about that, Kay.
We've got Peter and Kyle and Nate, and of course Will Selva holding it down on the West Coast because we probably, being at the game, missed some of the stuff that's been going on social media and otherwise.
You know, okay, I believe that you and the guys will have a very nice long nap on that plane ride back home. Just guessing, can foresee that in your future. But you guys are troopers. I mean, 3 hours sleep and you're there. I love it. It's been awesome coverage the entire week. So there is there's a lot to get to here. The confetti barely blanketed U.S. Bank Stadium, and already the focus was on next season for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Now, Brady may have lost Super Bowl 52, but he's not about to take an L against Father Time as well. Brady became the first quarterback to reach 10,000 career postseason passing yards. Only 5 QBs have more than 5,000-plus career postseason passing yards, so he's still playing, obviously, at a very high level with no plans of calling it a career. TB12 wants another run at a 6th Super Bowl title.
I expect to be back, so we'll see. Sorry? I mean, it's 15 minutes after the game ended, so I'd like to process this a little bit, and I wouldn't see why I wouldn't be back.
Well, Brady is definitive about his plans. His tight end, Rob Gronkowski, not so much. Fresh off becoming the second tight end with 2 receiving touchdowns in the Super Bowl, Gronk sounded like a man who's iffy about what the future holds after being asked about retirement.
I don't know how you heard that, but I mean, I'm definitely going to look at my future, for sure. I'm going to sit down the next couple of weeks and see where I'm at.
Gronk, what would make you retire?
I'm not ready for these type of questions right now. I mean, I'm just going to sit down, reflect on the season, probably talk to my teammates. We fought all year long, all the receivers, running backs, linemen. I mean, we put all the work in together. So I'm just going to reflect on the season, proud of the boys, and just see what happens from here.
And Gronk is signed through 2019, but Kay, when you look at his injury history, since 2010, he's been on season-ending injury reserve 3 times. And, of course, in the lead-up to this game, we were talking about his concussion protocol, so he's had several injuries.
Right.
So we'll see what the future holds for Gronk, but it sounded like he was very iffy about his future, especially after the game.
15 minutes after the game, an emotional Rob Gronkowski.
Oh,
He
yeah.
saw his team win the Super Bowl a year ago without him, and he had such a tremendous, productive, incredible game out there.
Yeah.
I would hope that's not the case, but great update from you, Will Selva. And he has missed 30 games in his career, so I'm sure that's going to weigh in to his decision-making. All right, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls. You can relive all of the moments, the ups, the downs, and the champions etched in our minds forever. Back-to-back, the Super Bowl Classics Marathon. This sounds awesome. This sounds right up my alley, guys. Saturday, 10 Eastern. I'm here for it, and you can find it right here on NFL Network. The head coach of your Super Bowl 52 champions, Doug Peterson, will hit the podium after this, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We have a press conference with Peterson.
Access. No access. Total access.
Welcome to NFL Total Access.
All day, every day. Total behind the scenes, inside the huddle, Hail Mary access.
What a catch!
Coverage. This goes beyond coverage.
Let's go!
This is about total X&O breaking news TD celebration access.
I was nervous.
Catch? There's no catch. You want total 5-night-a-week, 32 NFL team insider access? Watch NFL Total Access. Tonight at 6, live on NFL Network.
Why create something this extravagant? Or make a back seat that feels nothing like a back seat? Why give it every feature you could want, along with a few you didn't know you needed? It's simple. You can build a car, or you can build a Cadillac. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac CT6. Get this low-mileage lease on this 2018 Cadillac CT6 from around $549 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
Good thing Booking.com makes it easy to find the right hotel for the right price. They have over 1 million properties, including vacation rentals, like homes, bungalows, and apartments. So finding the perfect place is easy. Plus, they offer instant confirmation, so you'll never have to wait for approval. It's another way Booking.com makes finding the right hotel for the right price easy.
Visit Booking.com for hotels, homes, and everything in between.
It all started with a cardboard box. It's what my colleague put his computer on when sitting all day at the office became too painful. So we designed the first Veridesk. Lift it to stand when you want to, lower it to sit when you need to.
I have more energy and I get more done.
Our boss got the company to buy them for us, and I love it.
If you sit every day for work, the Veridesk is a must.
It's sturdy and comes fully assembled. And if you don't love it within 30 days, we'll pick it up. Go to Veridesk.com to order yours.
There she is, your friend at Just Maria. You like her. She's really good at social media. She buys stocks in companies that stand for something. You like her. She's always up on the latest trends. She got in early on the whole goat yoga thing. And her sunsets are always #NoFilter. You like her. But you'd like her better if you made more money than she does. Don't get mad at Just Maria. Get E-Trade.
You have a vision. It's why you can see what others can't. You know what you want, and we can help you get it. You need options? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed, every time, for any reason. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
The Hall of Fame class of 2018 has finally been revealed. Take an in-depth look at this year's inductees.
Randy Moss, touchdown!
The Gold Jacket class of 2018. Thursday at 8, live on NFL Network.
Here we go. Welcome back to Good Morning Football at the Super Bowl. And let's get to some highlights. There's Tom Brady dapping up Deion Branch before he left the field. I actually saw Tom Brady dap up Randy Moss before warm-ups. Unbelievable moment. GOAT talking to another GOAT. But here we are. Score 15-12 at this point. You got a little trickeration. Chloe Komet gets the ball on a direct snap, tosses it to Trey Burton, and he throws a dime to Nick Foles. How about that? Anything you can do, I can do better. Earlier in this game, Tom Brady drops basically the same ball thrown to him in the middle of the field, going for it on 4th down, making big play after big play. Score 32-33 at this point. And this was the biggest play of all. Ertz gets in the end zone, runs a great slant route. Check this out. Puts the crossover on him and then dives about 3 yards away into the end zone. We were all saying, is this like Jesse James for the Steelers? But no, he took a couple steps. He crossed the plane. He made a football move. At that point, it is a touchdown. But Tom Brady, as we know, 11-game winning drive in the 4th quarter. Tom dropping back. 2 minutes left, and the ball is out. That is Brandon Graham. He gets the ball out, and who gets on top of it?
Rookie.
The young rook, Derek Barnett. They didn't get to him all game, Shregs, but they got to him when it counted. And that right there is how it went down, and that's how you hold up the Lombardi Trophy. Nick Foles and the Philadelphia Eagles are your Super Bowl champs. How about that?
Guys.
And Nick Foles is the Super Bowl MVP.
Not a single sack in that game until Brandon Graham. We talked about the waves a lot. They have the depth to do it.
And we have Mike Garafolo with Jeffrey Lurie.
Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie with a big smile on his face that he has not yet been able to wipe off. What is the feeling like in that locker room for you?
Oh, my God. You know, I think it's for all of us. It's an incredible group of men to be able to pull this off with all those injured guys, without Carson. And they've been that way from wire to wire. Best team in the NFL. And incredible coaching staff led by Doug. Howie Roseman and his staff. Unbelievable job. And the most incredible men that come with our players. I just can't, I'm almost speechless about it because their resilience and their love for each other and trust, maybe it's a lesson for the world. It's incredible what you can accomplish if you trust each other and work so hard together every single day.
On the field, during the trophy presentation, right afterward, Tom Petty, I Won't Back Down, is playing. Howie Roseman walks to the end of the podium. He says, "Hey, Jeffrey," and he points up to the speakers. What was the meaning behind that moment there?
Well, after Tom Petty passed away, we decided we were going to do a tribute to Tom, and we did that in the next game, and we never stopped doing it. And it sort of became like we're going to be a team that doesn't back down, and it became sort of one of our theme songs.
One of your theme songs. You've got a couple.
We've got a lot.
The Meek Mill song that you came out.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Were you dancing to that one in the locker room today?
I was.
You talked about Howie Roseman, and he's more than an employee to you. I mean, that's been clear.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was able to come back and take this team here as general manager so quickly, what does that mean to you?
Well, I've worked with Howie for 18 years. He's incredibly smart, incredibly focused. And he's just, a huge part of everything we do. And couldn't be happier for Howie.
What'd you tell Doug Peterson after this game?
So proud of him and his staff. I mean, to be able to lead the way through everything we've gone through this year, it's an incredible sort of ability that Doug's brought that's just undervalued because it's so genuine, so focused, and so real, and it resonates.
The first football championship for the city of Philadelphia since 1960. What are you expecting this parade to be like? Have you gotten any reports about what it's like tonight?
I heard it's pretty much pandemonium, but I tell you, our fans, whether they're in Philly or around the country, around the world, they are so deserving. And this parade, well, it just might be the parade of parades. I don't think there'll ever be a bigger one or a more passionate one. Let's put it that way.
Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie, a champion. Where's the confetti? I don't see any confetti.
It's been all over.
Congratulations. Enjoy the party with your team.
Dan Patrick said it on stage yesterday. Underdogs no more. The Philadelphia Eagles. And I feel like if they have a parade of parades, Kyle, you've got to be like front and center on Broad Street, bro.
I got a few invites. I don't know if my mentions on Twitter count as an official invite, But I'd like to go there.
think
I'll
so.
take cameras. I'll do whatever. We can all go there. I want to be at the Parade of Parades. Burleson, you down?
Of course, and shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles fans that made their way to Minneapolis. And for every fan I ran up to, they went there and said, hey, Kyle Brandt, what part of Philadelphia is he from? They are in love with you, man.
Thank you.
'Cause all year you fought for them every single show, and you had some great rants and speeches that went viral.
It was like walking around with John Lennon yesterday. I'm walking around and people are swarming,
All right,
pushing me away like I'm Yoko. Hey, Kyle, tell me more.
Don't break up the band. Here, I will say this about Philadelphia fans. That was a home game for the Eagles. Home, without
Talk
a
about
doubt. This was 15-1
Really?
Eagles fan to Patriots fan. The Patriots on offense on third down. It was like you were at Lincoln Financial. It was a huge, huge advantage. And we had talked going into this game about Patriots fans have been to so many Super Bowls. They've been to 8 of these things. Do they make the trip to
Is
Minnesota?
this the one they picked to miss? Yeah.
Maybe they did, or maybe the Eagles fans took the tickets, because I cannot tell you I don't know how it played on TV. Huge home field advantage for the Eagles in this game, for real.
Kyle's right, and I walked home from the game in the walkway in the Skyway here. So it's 0 degrees out, and you've got to walk. It's about a 90-minute walk back to our hotel.
Yeah.
There was a Fly Eagles Fly. It was the Eagles chant. It was like a parade within a parade here in Minneapolis. I didn't see many Patriots fans. I know everyone was celebrating. It felt 80-20, Eagles fans to Patriots fans. It felt like we were on Broad Street. It was an insane, insane night for Eagles fans. And it was hard to not get swept up in just the emotion, because they've never won a Super Bowl and haven't won a professional championship since 1960.
And it's such an emotional moment to have the owner we just saw, Mike Garafolo, talk to on stage with Dan Patrick. And it wasn't, I'm thankful to this, he's thankful to all of the fans that were the highlight of his speech on stage. In that emotional moment, that says a lot.
It's great. You know, I was walking back with Schrager as well, and, you know, people were stopping me and telling me that they loved the show. And I was talking to a kid who's around 18 years old, and I said, what were you thinking when Carson Wentz went down? He said, I thought it was over. He said, I called my dad, and his dad was standing right next to him. He said, I called my dad, and I told him to sell the season tickets. And the dad said, I couldn't sell them. I'm a fan. I had to support my team through and through, and we're here right now.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We're talking about Howie Roseman. I feel like our show, Howie Roseman's the first GM that's ever been on Good Morning Football. He was on, right? Last year, early.
He has a seat at the table, we'd like to say.
Okay, we sat at the table, and you and Mr. Roseman drafted, I believe it was pizza and
Beer.
nachos and beer in our
Most
tailgate
important.
draft with the executive of the year. He did one of our goofy segments. And by the way, cleaned our clocks, Nate.
But I feel like we recognize, and I'm not giving patting ourselves in the back, but we highlighted their off-season moves, how they came together, the synergy. They are all sort of underdogs in their own right, but in my opinion, they weren't underdogs really until Carson Wentz went down, and that's when you really picked up the slack as sort of championing them. I was like, to me, Carson Wentz, that's your MVP. He's down. I didn't consider them contenders. I did not think that they could beat the Patriots.
No, and that's fair, and that's courageous of you to say on air, Kay, because I think a lot of people in the media right now are coming out and being like, well, we all saw, Nick Foles. No, but a lot of people wrote him off.
Right.
And to Kyle's point, to Nate's point, to Kay's point, our show kind of said, hey, the Eagles are still the 1 seed, have 2 playoff games at home. It's a crazy thing about Howie is this, and people don't know this story as much. When Chip Kelly came in, he basically looked at Howie Roseman and said, it's not a football guy. Let me get football guys in here. Let's redo the roster. They get rid of LaShawn McCoy, one of Howie's favorite players. They get rid of Deshaun Jackson, one of Howie's favorite players. He gets pushed. His office gets moved from the football area to the business side. So basically saying, go push papers, go sharpen your pencil. Chip Kelly burns out. Instead of hiring another GM, they bring Howie back into the football side.
Back into the fold.
And has potentially the greatest offseason ever.
How good was Alshon last night?
Alshon, Blunt, Ajayi midseason.
Everybody came to play.
And most importantly, Nick Foles. He signed Nick Foles. So when Jeffrey gets emotional about Howie, it's because this is a guy who himself is the ultimate underdog. He's been pushed to the side, to the margins. I'm overwhelmed with emotion because I love a story of an underdog overcoming. Every single person in that locker room and all the way up to the front office has been written off before.
But now they're underdogs no more. And now people are going to be coming for that title. And I know we're going to be chewing on these questions forever, but what do you do with the Nick Foles now? And of Carson Wentz, other side for the Patriots. Is it the beginning of the end for the Patriots? These are the questions that people are going to be asking today.
Getting back to the Eagles, this is something that parallels life. When you look at Nick Foles and what he's been through, he was close to retiring, getting pushed aside, saying, you're just a backup. You'll never be anything more than that. When you had that 27-2, that was a season that that was an outlier season. And Nick Foles is stuck with it. And now it's looked at as a champ, an MVP, and possibly one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So for anybody at home that's sitting back and people are dogging you, writing you off, just like you said, the Philadelphia Eagles, they all are complete underdogs. And there's a lot of guys on that team that are castaways. And we're shunned and said, we don't want them. The Eagles made a home out of it. And if you're at home and you're going through something, this is a prime example why you don't give up.
Amen.
Kyle, thanks for getting dressed up for work today.
I went to my high school closet.
I'm looking at. I mean, Peter, you're wearing sweatpants.
Yeah, I'm wearing pajamas.
You're
Yeah,
literally
this
wearing
is what I fell
pajamas. I just
asleep in.
noticed that right now.
This is Mitchell and Ness. Shout out to Mitchell and Ness.
Always shout out to
And
Mitchell
on that note, the Eagles went from underdog to top dog just yesterday. We'll be back with so much more on Good Morning Football, talking about Nick Foles, hopefully hearing from head coach Doug Peterson. Man, Foles leading his pack, beating the Patriots.
But does it survive the ground?
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate. Liberty did what? Yeah, with Liberty Mutual, all I needed to do to get an estimate was snap a photo of the damage, and voila.
Voila. I wish my insurance company had that. Wait, hold it, boys. There's supposed to be 3 of you. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Hey, where's Charlie? Charlie?
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
It's 6 a.m. 40 million Americans are waking up to a Gillette shave. And at our factory in Boston, more than 1,000 workers are starting their day building on over 100 years of heritage, craftsmanship, and innovation. Today, we're bringing you America's #1 shave at lower prices every day, putting money back in the pockets of millions of Americans. As one of those workers, I'm proud to bring you Gillette quality for less, because nobody can beat the men and women of Gillette. Gillette, the best a man can get.
The custom reserve suit from Joseph A. Bank. Custom details tailored from head to toe for a fit you can't find off the rack. Because confidence is a tradition that never goes out of style.
When it comes to showing love, some use rose petals. At Papa John's, we use pepperonis. A lot of pepperonis. We're using 2 whole layers of them on our large or pan dual layer pepperoni pizza. Available now for just $10.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Applebee's handcrafted burgers. Any burger, just $7.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Every day, people are fighting type 2 diabetes with fitness, food, and the pill that starts with F. Farxiga, along with diet and exercise, helps lower blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes, lowering A1C by up to 1.2 points.
Do not take if allergic to Farxiga. If you experience symptoms of a serious allergic reaction such as rash, swelling, difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking and seek medical help right away. Do not take Farxiga if you have severe kidney problems, are on dialysis, or have bladder cancer. Tell your doctor right away if you have blood or red color in your urine or pain while you urinate. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast infections in women and men, serious urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, and kidney problems. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have signs of ketoacidosis, which is serious and may lead to death.
Ask your doctor about the pill that starts with F and visit Farxiga.com for savings. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, you know, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get.
As I look back now, I just realized how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Four receivers right. Back goes Foles. Fires. Slant. Touchdown! Zach Ertz. He caught it. He bobbled it. He never let it drop. Eagles have a 5-point lead.
And we're back. This is Good Morning Football, celebrating Super Bowl 52. And those fly, Eagles fly. Can't believe Philly. Hey, Philly.
Philly.
Philly, everyone. You can tweet the show, of course, at #GMFB. We have all of your highlights. We are hoping to hear from Coach Doug Peterson. We do have Zach Ertz with our very own Deion Sanders. Take a look.
Zach Ertz, how you feeling right now, buddy?
I can't put it into words, man. We're world champions. No one can ever take this away from us. The city of Philadelphia have been longing for this. They've been so hungry for this. And, man, we're world champions.
You became the go-to guy all throughout the game. When you had trips away, you were backside one-on-one, and I saw the corner squat with both his legs even. I said, man, they're coming to you.
Oh, yeah, man. Man, he's a heck of a player, McCourty. He's been playing at a high level for a long time. And I just want to go out there and make the most of anything I get. Nick played unbelievable tonight. He deserved the MVP. 2 years ago, he was thinking about retiring, and now he's world champion, Super Bowl MVP. So, I mean, this whole team is such a resilient group. The Patriots are a heck of a football team. And, man, we're world champions.
Take me inside the huddle. Give me something that Nick Foles stated throughout the game.
He just kept saying that he loved us. The whole game, that was repeated over and over. And when you have a guy that just leaves it all out there for his guys, you love playing with that. And I can't say enough good things about this team. We've been doubted all along. No one picked us. We've been underdogs, #1 seed. We heard all about it. And, man, we love being the underdog in the city of Philly.
Did that give you guys momentum? I mean, did that fire you guys up knowing that, how could you not be the underdogs against Tom Brady and those guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think this team is the closest team I've ever been a part of. And when people are picking against you consistent each and every week, the whole team is going to be even closer than we were at the end of the season. And Coach Peterson, unbelievable head coach. I mean, no one picked us to win the NFC East. No one picked us to get the #1 seed. How he doesn't win Coach of the Year is a travesty. It wasn't lost on us that he didn't win that, but, I mean, he called an unbelievable game tonight. He was aggressive when he had to be. He was conservative when he had to be. And I'm so lucky to be playing for him.
I'm interested in how this is going to play out for Nick Foles. Yeah. Because at one moment, you want him to go on and get a big-time, long-term deal somewhere, but you don't want to lose him as well, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you have backup quarterbacks in the league. Carson he was the MVP. He was playing like the best player in the league at the start of the year, 14 weeks. And then we lose him, and that's why you have a backup quarterback like Nick Foles. He's definitely one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the league. We were lucky to have him in the situation that presented itself. And luckily he's under contract, so there's no pressing agenda in that regard, but we're not even thinking about that. We're just happy that we won a world championship for the city of Philly.
You bold, man. So you got the call.
I got the call, finally.
Hey, finally.
When you ball, you get the call.
Let's see the shirt. Can you hold it up for us? Your wife got a lot of camera time today, too.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Ertz, the tight end, with more receiving yards than anybody on the Eagles all season long. And then in the game with the most yards in any game ever. Not even just Super Bowl games, which is sort of wild here. Yeah. Zach Ertz, an unbelievable performance. How about that touchdown, though?
Yeah, it's making me think of a lot of different things. All the moments last night, the electric moments where the crowd exploded with Brady and Foles. The most tense moment in that stadium was after that Zach Ertz touchdown when they reviewed it. And it felt like it went on for an hour, and everyone was terrified. Was it a catch? Everyone's talking about Jesse James. The most intense moment was Gene Steratore announcing that, in fact, it was a touchdown. In fact, Jesse James went on Twitter and got thousands of retweets because his tweet was, he caught it. I think we all agree, and Nate, you were adamant about this at the time. It's a touchdown, of course. But weren't you, in a way, terrified in this what is a catch world that they were going to overturn the game-winning touchdown?
Yeah, and I thought to myself, this can't happen. This would be something that would set the football world on fire. But they made the right decision. He took a few steps. He made a football move.
If you're a Steeler fan, aren't you furious watching that? I mean, because I thought they were going to overturn it. I did.
It's a different play, though.
How so? But it's not really a different play because
took 3 steps when he caught the ball.
I get that, but Jesse James was diving into the end zone just like Zach Ertz is. Jesse James didn't need to take 3 steps because he was already near the end zone. So that's what's frustrating about that game. But getting back to Zach Ertz, though, I find this very fascinating when he was talking to Deion. And Deion said, take me inside that huddle. And what was Nick Foles saying? And he said, he kept telling us he loved us. That's powerful. It gave me goosebumps because you got to imagine this, playing in a Super Bowl, the most intense game you ever play. You got the crowd going crazy. You look at the sideline. There's the GOAT over there. You're going up against this defense. And the pressure of the moment is there. And you walk in, the first thing you say to 10 other guys is, I love you. One thing it does is it takes the edge off. And I played in some intense games, and I've had quarterbacks, and those are the quarterbacks that I love to this day because all of a sudden, you're not football players playing a football game. You're brothers fighting for one thing. And it's powerful. I wish I can get a camera and some audio in there because that's the moment, along with the trophy, but those moments inside that huddle when Nick Foles is looking everybody in the eyes saying, I love you, they'll remember that till they're 90 years
Nate,
old.
I love you.
I love you too, man.
I had dinner with a few of the Eagles executives this week, early in the week, right? And as we're sitting there at the table, I said, is Foles really capable of beating Brady? And they look at it like, he doesn't think like us. First of all, he's committed to God, where he believes it's all been written already. Like this is
Part of the plan.
It's part of the plan.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get fazed by any of this stuff.
Right.
Second of all, he is so at peace with who he is and so secure that he doesn't read headlines. He doesn't think about that stuff. He's not concerned about what we think about Nick Foles the past. And lastly, Carson Wentz, the guy behind him, they're best friends. So there's a complete trust that not only is Carson behind me, but the entire team is behind me. It's a totally different outlook in that Philly locker room about Nick Foles than what we look at it. So when Ertz says that Nick Foles had the confidence to do all this, it's no surprise to them.
Yeah.
They know that, and that's all that mattered. So I read a lot of headlines saying, in what world would Nick Foles ever beat Tom Brady?
Yeah.
This world, the real world.
That's right.
He can do it because they had the trust in him and he had the confidence in himself. I'm overwhelmed by it. His wife, his faith, all this stuff, it all culminated. He had the best game of his career on the biggest stage.
2 weeks in a row. 2 games in a row.
2 games in a row. He got better than he did against the
The
Vikings.
thing is, that might have been the best game of Tom Brady's career. I mean, truly, I'd thrown it out there. It's among the ranks for sure.
534 yards Tom Brady threw
With no interceptions. And Tom Brady's greatest player ever, and Nick Foles beat him. This is an insane
The
morning we're
Patriots
having.
didn't punt last night.
I know. It doesn't make sense. And all the football games we talk about, that's not supposed to happen. And it did.
I got to be on the field during the anthem, and I was right on the sideline. If you go to my Instagram stories, there's pictures of Frank Reich and Carson Wentz sort of going up to everybody. There was such a calmness that I felt from even just being 15 feet away. You'd think that they would be jittery. The anthem hasn't even been sung yet, and the energy, and you guys were all down there. It was it's just extra. It's just too much. They were like this the whole time. Some guys were praying. That's clearly a very faithful team overall. But other guys were just joking around.
Yeah.
It was business as usual, and it was very even keel. And I was really impressed by that.
And with that said, when that first snap happened, they were ferocious. The Philadelphia Eagles were flying around.
Nigel
and
Bradham
they were
flying
bodies
around.
on the ground.
You're right.
Like, they were physical. This is a heavyweight bout. I say it all the time. And they didn't come out there and throw the jab and try to figure out what the Pats were doing. They went straight for the body, and they were trying to knock guys around, and they did that. They sent the message early in that game.
Where did the Falcons go wrong? The Falcons went wrong last year when they changed the way they were thinking, and they said, okay, let's try to get cute and all this stuff. The Eagles ran the ball down their throats, and then on 4th and short, when it mattered most, they said, what's been working? Foles to Ertz.
Right.
They did that. They convert the first down. They eventually score a touchdown. The Eagles' play calling was so aggressive, but that's what they've been all year long.
Right.
Let's just put our foot on your throat, and we're going to be the ones to kill. We're not going to let you beat us.
You're right.
Speaking of offense, I think we're all, even though we like the Eagles a lot, surprised by the showing of offense on both sides of the ball instead of defense in this one.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that right after the break. The offense, they haven't even talked about LeGarrette Blount in a revenge game, getting a ring against his former team. 3 rings for LeGarrette Blount, a huge impact in this one, and he hit him with the "let's go" to the camera as well.
It's the Bud Night. It's the Bud Night. We're saved. Yes.
Time to do what must be done. I did it.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
Its technology was engineered to see, while its design was meant to be seen. Experience the new 2018 Lexus NX and the NX Hybrid. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Welcome to Burger King. Try the 2 for $6 mix or match deal, now including the crispy chicken.
This is weird.
Yeah.
You guys practice this?
Nah.
That's 2 Whopper sandwiches, 2 crispy chicken sandwiches, or mix one of each for just $6. Only at Burger King.
The day after chemo might mean a trip back to the doctor's office, just for a shot. But why go back there when you can stay home with Neulasta Onpro?
Strong chemo can put you at risk of serious infection, which could lead to hospitalizations. In a key study, Neulasta reduced the risk of infection from 17% to 1%, a 94% decrease. Applied the day of chemo, Neulasta Onpro is designed to deliver Neulasta the next day, so you can stay home. Neulasta is for certain cancer patients receiving strong chemotherapy. Do not take Neulasta if you're allergic to Neulasta or Neupogen, filgrastim. Ruptured spleen, sometimes fatal as well as serious lung problems, allergic reactions, kidney injuries, and capillary leak syndrome have occurred. Report abdominal or shoulder tip pain, trouble breathing, or allergic reactions to your doctor right away. In patients with sickle cell disorders, serious, sometimes fatal crises can occur. The most common side effect is bone and muscle ache.
So why go back there? If you'd rather be home, ask your doctor about Neulasta Onpro.
Access. No access. Total access.
Welcome to NFL Total Access.
All day, every day.
Total behind the scenes, inside the huddle, Hail Mary access.
What a catch!
Coverage. This goes beyond coverage.
Let's go!
This is about total X&O breaking news TD celebration access.
I was nervous.
Catch? There's no catch. You want total 5-night-a-week, 32 NFL team insider access? Watch NFL Total Access. Tonight at 6, live on...
I don't have my wallet, so.
Perfect. You can send a digital payment.
I don't have one of those payment apps.
Perfect. You have a US-based bank account, right?
I have Wells Fargo.
Perfect. Then you should have Zelle.
Perfect.
Perfect.
The #1 mobile banking app just got better.
Does your coach use Zelle too?
Of course.
Another way we're building better every day.
What happened 30 years back? I was long gone by then.
I scrambled the records, covered my tracks.
Why?
Because that was the plan. Because we were being hunted. Because sometimes to love someone, you gotta be a stranger.
The strangers.
Blade Runner 2049, now on demand.
Check FiOS first for the newest releases to instantly rent or buy.
The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions. Eagles fans everywhere, this is for you. Let the celebration begin. If this is a dream, don't wake me up.
Nick Foles' daughter in those headphones, nothing was phasing her. I had to get some of those for my plane ride back with you three.
Yeah, for real.
Get some sleep. This is Good Morning Football, the morning after Super Bowl 52. The Eagles walk away with the win. The MVP, Nick Foles, their hype man, Kyle Brandt in the house, along with Peter Schrager and Nate Burleson. But we got to talk about this offense for the Eagles. And it's crazy, more yards than any game ever from both sides of the ball combined. And we want to talk about the run games now because LeGarrette Blount, former Patriot, ran all over his former team to get another ring, his third in his career, and the first for Jay Ajayi. They caught up with Deion Sanders on the field after the win.
All right, well, here we go. You know what? Let's get him here. We've got LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi joining us here live on NFL Network on Game Day Prime. So go ahead. LeGarrette, grab a seat.
We got everybody. Come on up, man.
Guys, welcome to the show. Jay, grab that mic right in front of you. LeGarrette, have a seat. Grab that mic. First of all,
that's my boy.
Oh, Mama, bro. Hey, Jay.
Nobody.
All right, first of all, you look a little bit like Lennox Lewis coming into the ring draped in that flag, man. Did you have that thing stashed away?
I had some of my UK friends give it to me as a gift. I'm flying the flag high tonight.
How does this feel, man? Trading in the middle of the season, you didn't know what to expect, but tonight you're a Super Bowl champion.
You know, God always has a plan. You never really know what the journey, how the road is going to lead. But the final destination was always to be a Super Bowl champion wherever I was at. And I'm so grateful that it was in Philly, a team that's a true family, a team that's brothers that really care for one another. And I'm so grateful to be a part of it.
LeGarrette, how many is that, my brother? How many is that?
That's 3, Prime.
3?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel, man? I mean, because normally you make a move from the Patriots like that, usually you're digressing. But not only did you make that move, but you came back and beat your former teammates, man.
Man, it's a crazy feeling, man. Just the fact that, you know, we knew that we was destined for greatness early in the season, man. It was special. We knew we had something special. We love each other, man. It's a family-oriented team. You know, and obviously, you know, we're going against one of the best teams in the league, and they're going to always be one of the better teams in the league. And so we just, man, we do everything we can, man, to make sure that we come out on top of these games.
He started off by saying family mama. And when they didn't want to sign your baby and pay your baby what he was worth, did that bother you, mama?
Yes, it did. But it's okay, though. We've always learned, you know, when you run it, what you do when you run into a big brick wall? You know what I'm saying? You knock it down.
That's right.
You don't just run into it and turn around and just say, oh, I ain't going to worry about that. Go to the next thing. You keep hitting it till you knock it down. It'll fall.
And it did fall.
Hey, Mama, I got a question. I know he's done it before. What is it like to watch your son run through his old team and score a touchdown in the Super Bowl?
There's not even words for it. It's just amazing. It's just amazing, and he's amazing.
Oh, that's nice.
Jay, you got to introduce us to who's joining us on the set.
This is Mama Train. This Mama Train right here. Mama Train.
Mama Train, we got to ask you, how proud of you are your son? He's a Super Bowl champion tonight.
I am very, very, very proud that he is now a Super Bowl champion. That is truly awesome.
Terrific game tonight, huh?
I'm sorry?
A terrific game tonight, too.
Was definitely nerve-wracking towards the end, but we made it.
Can you ask Mama how she felt when they ran her baby out of Miami? Okay, please.
He said, how did you feel when they traded him from Miami to Philadelphia?
Okay, well, at first when I heard the news, I was totally stunned because it was just something that we didn't see coming at all. But then, you know, when I knew that the team that he was going to, I just felt elated, and I know that, you know, he's a hard worker, and he's just going to be, a team player there and just do whatever he can to make that team better. And look at where we are right now, Super Bowl champions.
Well said, Mama Train. Well said.
LeGarrette, was there anything you shared with your teammates because you were in that Patriots locker room last year? Is there anything you told them about getting ready for this game?
I just told them that this is going to be the hardest game that we've played all season. This is going to be the toughest opponent that we've played all season. I didn't have to tell them too much because, you know, obviously they've done all the right things and the things that we need to do to get us to this point. So I didn't have to tell them anything to deter away from their focus and their goal. They knew what they had to do.
Anything being said out there by the defense to you?
Nobody want to hit that. Nobody want to hit that.
No trash talking.
Oh, nobody trash talking to Blunt. Nobody trash talking to the big fellas.
So that's right down my alley. So we just ain't gonna even get started on that.
Very good. Hey guys,
with the pads too. We do that talking all game.
Guys, congratulations, Jay Ajayi and Mama, LeGarrette Blunt and Mama. Go celebrate. Yeah. It's a special day for you guys.
A lot of celebrating to do.
That's right.
Billy, we bringing it to the crib.
To the crib. Billy, we back.
Nobody.
Three Super Bowl rings for LeGarrette Blunt, the first Super Bowl win for the city of Philadelphia. More highlights, and from backup quarterback to MVP, Nick Foles.
To the crib we go. To the crib we go, Dilly. To the crib we go.
Applebee's handcrafted burgers. Any burger, just $7.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
When money's tight and emergencies arise, CashNetUSA.com is available 24/7 to deliver quick loans for approved customers when they need it the most.
Apply now at CashNetUSA.com.
Money's on the way with CashNet USA.
It all started with a cardboard box. It's what my colleague put his computer on when sitting all day at the office became too painful. So we designed the first Veridesk. Lift it to stand when you want to, lower it to sit when you need to.
I have more energy and I get more done.
Our boss got the company to buy them for us, and I love it.
If you sit every day for work, the Veridesk is a must.
It's sturdy and comes fully assembled. And if you don't love it within 30 days, we'll pick it up. Go to Veridesk.com to order yours.
Sign here, please.
Aw, a fan. I am doing less and less autographs these days.
From autographs to end zone celebrations, NFL Experience is a first-hand look at what it's like to be in the NFL.
Here, take this.
I used that today. I'm all about my fans.
Get tickets now at NFLExperience.com.
You have a vision. It's behind everything you do. Even when you least expect it, it comes through. You know what you want, and we can help make it real. You need choices? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
Hi, my name is Riley.
What's up, Riley?
This is Josh.
We got to be good sports. We got to have a great attitude.
And then, boom, you get the ball out. Good sportsmanship, guys. Oh, put the ball back to Aaron. Thank you. Thank you.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
Bet there's a lot of confetti still in that thing. U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. We are here live. This is Good Morning Football. Super Bowl 52. The Eagles get the win. It was so exciting. The four of us were together for parts of it, away from parts of it, but we all sort of sent each other photos of what we were doing in different angles. That's pretty cool, guys. Peter Schrager, Nate Burleson, Kyle Brandt. I'm Kay Adams. Welcome to Good Morning Football, presented by Mazda.
It's an amazing, amazing weekend in the stadiums. My first time seeing USA Bank Stadium. And
It's right there, Nate. Look at that
stadium.
thing.
It was unbelievable. Unbelievable stadium.
Unbelievable, and the electricity in that building, I can't express it more. If you have any opportunity to go to a Super Bowl, you have to do it once in your life. It was an electric feeling for all football fans. And Nate said it earlier. NFL, you know, people try to take shots.
Right.
That's why we love football. Yeah. That's why we love the NFL. An amazing game and a true exhibition for fans.
Best part of last night.
Best part of last night, I thought, was the courage of the Eagles coaching staff to just lay it all out on the line and say, let's empty the bag. Let's go blow for blow. The Patriots were running trick plays. The Eagles said, we got you one better. I just love the courage, and I love the confidence in the underdog, and that's what they were last night.
You know, played 11 years, never got close to a Super Bowl. Even when I started to work in TV, I would always refrain from going because I didn't want to get in that atmosphere. Mm-hmm. Last night, I felt like I won. Just still being part of the family, still being part of the NFL. I felt like I was a winner, a Super Bowl champ. It was an amazing night.
The game was great. I got to meet M. Night Shyamalan before the game. How about that?
Is that
Scoreboard,
right?
Look up at it. Yes. And, Kate, it had a crazy ending, as it always does.
Are we going to see some of that?
I think we might.
Who else did you meet?
Who didn't I meet, Kay? I met
did you meet
Carl
Did you
Anthony
meet P.
Towns.
Diddy?
You were hanging with. I saw P. Diddy. Peter and I were. P. Diddy was behind the rope, not allowed on the field. Schrager and I were. We're like, what's up, Diddy? You want to come over here? Oh, you can't. Sorry.
Psych! All right, this is Good Morning Football. It all came down to this. Let's show you your Super Bowl 52 highlight. Eagles and Patriots. Time for the lead
Lock. Let's do it. What a Super Bowl it was. Right behind us in U.S. Bank Stadium. There's Tom Brady coming out. He's played in several of them. Belichick, of course, been there. And Malcolm Butler, benched for the game, did not play a snap. Belichick said afterwards it was strictly football. There was not a disciplinary thing. He didn't have him out there, and the Patriots got shredded. It doesn't make sense. And here's some of said shredding to Alshon Jeffrey, who I think was the first half MVP in this game. He was phenomenal. Look at the artistry. This is Lynn Swann right here. Slow-mo, ballet in the air for the touchdown. Nick Foles could not miss all night. Second quarter, though, Tom Brady's going to go to Brandon Cooks. Wait for it. Brandon Cooks gets it over the middle of the field. He's making moves. He's fast. And out of nowhere, bam! Malcolm Jenkins hits him, and Cooks is down and staying down. You see Mr. Kraft pointing to his head. It was upside his jaw, and Brandon Cooks would leave the game and not return massive, understated moment in this game. The wide receiver one for the Patriots was out. But they did the Patriots thing, and Amendola throws it to Brady, who's wide open, and drops it.
Hindsight here, but 3rd and 5, this was the play call? What do you
It was
think?
a perfect play call. Absolutely perfect. They ran the same play a few years ago also against the Eagles, and it worked, and he was wide open. Brady needs to make that play. It's a strange thing to say about him as a wide receiver. You got to catch that ball, Tom. Here we go now. 15-12, Philly, 4th and goal. What do they run? Certainly you would never throw it to a quarterback again. Trey Burton would, and Foles makes the catch. That is called Philly special. Peter, what do you got?
Trey Burton played college football at Florida where he was a quarterback. He can throw the ball. They run this a lot in their practice. And Kyle, they've had the play in the bag, and they went to it.
They've had it for weeks. They almost used it against the Vikings, but didn't need it, used it perfectly. Guys, how'd this one go down?
You know, that play we've been working on for the last couple of weeks and just needed the right time, right opportunity, and guys executed it brilliantly.
Doug and I were talking. I was like, let's just run it. It was a good time. And the end was a little wider than I thought, so I was like, I really need to sell like I'm not doing anything. And it worked. Trey made an amazing throw right on the money. I just looked it in.
He's a fully legend.
4th and goal. You want to run the crazy trick play where our 3rd tight end throws it to the quarterback? Yeah, screw it. Let's do it.
Let's just run it.
Look, you got to kill the Patriots. You can't mess around and kick field goals, and they did it. 22-12 now, but this was the end, the culmination of the Gronk drive. 60-plus yards receiving on it. He dominated them all the way down the field, and the Patriots seem to be catching their stride, but they're still down. Nick Foles, how about this dude? Corey Clement is an awesome football player. I don't care where he was drafted, how he was. He was one of the best players on the field last night in the biggest spots. And look at the throw from Foles. I will say, a lot of apprehension in the stadium again if this was a catch. I know Collinsworth was very outspoken about it on the broadcast. They reviewed it. It held up. And Belichick is trying to get that D going because I'll say it straight up, the Pats D had nothing. They could do nothing to stop the Eagles. So they had to do this. Chris Hogan, top shelf, sweet lax, top cheddar from Tom Brady, and they got it going now. This was just back and forth. It was like Bird versus Jordan. Whoever had the ball last felt like they were going to win. Eagles now up 6. Brady to Gronk to tie it.
That's crazy.
It's unstoppable. I don't care who you have out there. With that throw, Rob Gronkowski is going to score a touchdown.
What did Tony Gonzalez tell us? He's like Shaq out there.
He is. He was like Shaq, and Tommy was Anthony Hardaway right there. But Nick Foles down 1 now. The Patriots finally have the lead. A 3rd and 1 out to Torrey Smith. Great defense on the play. This is one of the few huge plays that the Patriots D made, but it's 4th down, and as we said, the Eagles are here to win this game.
Going for it.
They're going for it on 4th. So what do they do? Hand it to Garrett Blunt? He's in shotgun. What's going on here? They're going to sack him. No, Foles, a great throw to Zach Ertz. How about that on a 4th and 1? They get 1.5 on a throw to the tight end. That kind of play. Peterson just feeling it. Still down 1 now. 1st and 10. Over the middle.
That throw was crazy.
It was in between, right?
In between 2 defenders. Great anticipation.
Nelson Aguilar. Now we have a 3rd down, and it's Zach Ertz.
Oh, Zach.
To go ahead. Look at that, though. Didn't you feel like they scored too early?
Check out the slant route.
Oh, it's a great
pass. Puts McCourty on the ground.
What do you mean, too much time for Brady?
I would have thought so. I mean, I have a feeling this score, as much as it was the go-ahead touchdown, the winning touchdown, as an Eagles fan, you're like, 2:20 left, and Brady's got timeouts. I don't know. We might have scored. We haven't played any defense in the second half, and here comes Brady. So is someone going to make a play?
Some Michigan on Michigan
Can somebody
crime.
make a play? Brandon Graham can make a play. Oh, it was an incredible strip sack, the first sack of the game, the only sack of the game, and the rook, Derek Barnett. Look at Brady. He knew how big that was.
You know what he did when he got the ball and everyone did a Gronk spike right in the middle of the field?
He did. I remember last year when he threw the pick 6 against Atlanta, he said in the Tom versus Time, I knew that was the play that was going to lose us the game. It didn't lose him that game. This one did really lose him that game, and because why? Here's the last play of the day. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Brady almost sacked. Here we go. Throw it up to Gronk. See if he can make a miracle. No. They get it on the ground. It felt like it was up there for an hour. But the Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champs for the first time in history. Nick Foles, the quarterback, the MVP, as you see this ball bounce around. Doug Peterson gets an earful of the lemon lime, and the Eagles win as Brady runs through the confetti, losing his 3rd Super Bowl in 8 tries. Nick Foles, have yourself a night. 41-33, Eagles fly, Eagles fly.
And we do an hour of this show already this morning, and Kyle in the break looks at me and said, have we given Nick Foles his due yet? And I don't know that we have an entire hour, so let's get that going because it all came down to this Super Bowl 52 Eagles Patriots. Looking here at the difference between Foles.
And let's do that. But let's first, Kate, in the spirit of giving Foles that love, let's go to Foles and Peterson, hear what they have to say before we light those guys up.
I'll go back a year ago, and it started when we drafted Carson Wentz, and then we built the pieces around Carson. Then we go out and we get guys like Nick Foles, and we go out and get the Patrick Robinsons and the Alshon Jeffries and Torrey Smiths and all those guys, the Garrett Blunts that surrounded Carson. And we understand Carson's a great quarterback. He's going to be a great quarterback for us, but being in this position as the backup quarterback, my confidence level, even when Carson went down, was, you know what, we're going to be fine.
This guy's a stud. I mean, he's around a long time.
Yes, he is.
He can still throw it. He can still do it. But I think the most important thing was just being around him. Doug didn't change. Doug drafted me. He came and worked me out at Westlake High School. He was one of the only people that believed in me. And he hasn't changed as a head coach. His role is just larger, but he's still the same person. So all I did was simply just watch him live, watch how he is. He's a man of character. We all respond to that. And, you know, to be in this moment, it's a real identity, and that's what created the identity of the football team. And I'm grateful to have played for this man. I'm grateful to have won a world championship with this man.
Nick Foles there. How well did he do as a fill-in for Carson Wentz? Carson Wentz MVP season. Taking a look at their stats, sort of neck and neck here. Look at Foles in the playoffs. I mean, Foles had a 100-plus passer rating in every game that he played. He was the first backup quarterback to win a Super Bowl since Brady back in 2001. I mean, we can say a lot about Doug Peterson and Reich and, you know, everybody that's calling the shots here, but Nick Foles took it into his own hands and made some plays. Let us now hear from Bill Belichick on the other side.
Proud of the way our players, coaches, everybody competed for 60 minutes. Just wasn't quite enough. We weren't able to perform at our best. Obviously didn't do a good enough job coaching. Missed a lot of opportunities offensively in the first half. Didn't play good enough defense. Didn't play good enough in the kicking game. It just wasn't quite enough against a good team like Philadelphia.
All right, let's give Nick Foles some love.
What do you guys got? Come on, how about this guy?
Listen, it's been an amazing career. The highs and lows of every NFL athlete. You're going to have times where you're the most wanted guy, most talked about guy. Remember when he was throwing those 27 touchdowns, 2 interceptions?
Yep.
And we thought, man, this young quarterback in Philadelphia is doing something very special. And then he disappears for a while. And he thinks about retiring a couple years ago. Then he finds himself in Kansas City. And people forget that when Alex Smith went down 2 seasons ago with the concussion, he went in 2 games and won 2 games. And then the NFC title game, plays the best game of his life. And we said on this show last week, if Nick Foles is going to win this game, he's going to have to play
even better,
yeah. Nearly perfect. And that's what he did. Now, was it a flawless game? No, but in the moments, the biggest moments of this game, he came up with the biggest throws. Of course, we love the trick play and the catch, but for me, it was stuff like that, inside the pocket, negotiating with his feet, and then having, I guess, the composure on 4th down plays to deliver the ball up against a defense that was ferociously trying to hit him in the mouth. Nick Foles, you know, I called him the GOAT, and somebody on Twitter said, don't disrespect Brady like that.
What does you mean?
I said, don't disrespect Foles like that. So, listen, we can call Brady the GOAT because he's the greatest of all time. But one of the best quarterbacks of the postseason is Nick Foles this year.
And, Kay, you brought it up. You kind of sprinkled it a little bit as a sneak peek. I think we're going to be talking about it for several weeks. It's this question of, okay, they've got this great run. What do you do with Nick Foles? What do you make of Nick Foles? Because we were just goofing around before the show, and Kyle said, well, who would you rather have for the Browns? First overall pick and Sam Darnold or Josh Rosen, or the Super Bowl MVP who just looked Brady and Belichick in the eyes and slayed them? I don't know what to do with Nick Foles. He has another year left on the contract, but if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, it's one of those things where let's keep as much of the band together as we can, and if they have this great relationship with Carson Wentz and the way that Nick Foles is, he might gladly say, you know what? It's Carson's team. I'm here when you need me. I have my Super Bowl MVP, and I am an Eagle. Whatever that means, quarterback 1, quarterback 2, I am an Eagle. Nick Foles, to me, has all the respect in the world from me right now because selfless, humbled, and then completely confident, and he beat Brady. Brady threw for 534. Nick Foles played better last night.
Zach Ertz said that he's one of the best 32 quarterbacks, Nick Foles, in the league. Do you want to see him? I know you like Carson Wentz a lot, too. Do you want to see him stay, though, in Philly?
It's fascinating because normally I would say, no. Wentz is the guy. Deal him. Deal him now. Deal him this morning while it's hot. Get a second-round pick. Get a first-round pick. Let's maximize this thing. But there is something to keeping him. We've never seen a full situation ever. I like to personalize these things, take it out of our circle here. My wife, Brooke, doesn't know anything about football. All week we're in the hotel. We walk to our elevator, and there's a massive poster of Brady and a massive poster of Foles.
She said, where's Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, she has a massive poster of him in our room. She goes, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I go, that's Nick Foles. And she goes, is he good? And I go, yes. And she says, well, tell me about him. He's been on a lot of different teams. He played well last week. She said, is he great? And I go, I don't know. She said, but why? If he played really well last week, how come nobody believes him? And I said, that's a great question, honey. She takes me out of my comfort zone. But the fact is, I think there's still a prejudice about Nick Foles because he's bounced around, and we remember him as a Ram, or we don't remember him. He is an awesome quarterback.
He was slinging it last night.
The ceiling
There's going to be the question about how much it has to do with the coaching staff and them adjusting and the RPOs and all of that. So would he be successful in another system?
Doug Peterson and Frank Reich are career backup quarterbacks. That's what they were, the Packers and Bills, so they could say, dude, like, we're here, we're with you.
Check out this resume. Now he has the 27 touchdowns, 2 interception season.
7 touchdowns in a game.
7 touchdowns in a game. And in this season, when he took over for Wentz, he beat Atlanta.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan was our former MVP last season. He beat the best defense in the Minnesota Vikings. He had a great game 2 weeks ago, and then he played unbelievable, and now is a Super Bowl MVP. So if you're talking about highs and lows, there's a lot of guys that got paid this year. My guy, Matt Stafford.
Derek
Carr.
Kirk Cousins is going to get $30 million.
I take Nick Foles' resume, that small resume, that small sample size, over a lot of guys making big money.
The higher ceiling. Hashtag GM if you guys can tweet the show. Lots more on this. I want to ask you guys.
So good.
When did you actually think, and we'll talk about this after the break, when did you think the Patriots would lose this game? Like, what was your moment?
Is the game over yet? I still am scared.
Sun's rising. We'll get to that question after this. This is Good Morning Football live in Minneapolis, still at Super Bowl 52, giving you all of the highlights. We'll have press conference coverage here on a Monday. That is gorgeous. Unbelievable.
Red sky in the morning, sailors take warning. That is beautiful.
Men, women, dilly-dilly! Sure, we may be outnumbered. 20 to 1. They may have more men, more horses. They have arrows with fire, which probably don't hurt more than the regular ones. Look, I'm gonna level with you guys. We're out of Bud Light. And they have some! So dilly-dilly!
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Stop, I can't do this. I thought if I dressed up like Reba, it would help sell my Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Try it in the tenders basket for just $4.99. Yeah.
It's Wentworth.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Call now.
While other insurance companies just see a car, we see something you've worked really hard for. So why not give it the protection it deserves?
At Holiday Inn Express, we can't guarantee that you'll be able to contain yourself at our breakfast bar.
Morning, egg white omelet. Sup, Lady Bacon?
Fruit. But we can guarantee that you'll get the best price when you book with us.
Holiday Inn Express. Be the readiest.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, Patriots, Eagles, highlights, headlines, and heroes of Super Bowl 52. The game-changing moments, the game-breaking MVP. Tonight, 6 Eastern.
The Hall of Fame class of 2018 has finally been revealed. Take an in-depth look at this year's inductees.
Randy Moss, touchdown!
The Gold Jacket class of 2018. Thursday at 8, live on NFL Network.
Welcome to the auto show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Let's check out some Chevys. What's your first impression here?
This car is really amazing. This is nice. That's awesome.
And what if I told you that you can get auto show cash right now?
Cashback is always great. Oh my gosh.
Get 0% financing for 60 months on this 2018 Chevy Equinox LT. Or use your Auto Show bonus cash to get $32.50 total cash allowance when you finance with GM Financial. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
It was a construction accident with a piece of heavy equipment, and it shot me up into the roof, and it just kept sort of breaking me in half. Broke my back, severed my spinal column, and 5 ribs broken. So my dining room was changed to a bedroom, and the insurance company was giving me a hard time. Conley Hockey helped put my life back together.
Welcome back to Good Morning Football. We are live in Minneapolis, just outside of US Bank Stadium, where the Eagles won Super Bowl 52. Philly fans are celebrating. Patriot fans maybe probably not watching right now, or they're upset. We'd love to hear from you guys at #GMFB. Either way, we've got highlights and we've got press conferences, live coverage, of course, all day here on NFL Network as we send it over to Will Selva, who's manning the news desk out in LA.
All right, thank you, Kay. Appreciate that. Glad to see you guys are holding up after a long night for you and the crew. Now, quick, name the player with the most rushing touchdowns in the postseason over the last 20 seasons. Give up? Well, if you said LeGarrette Blount, you, my friend, would be correct. Blount collecting another touchdown, giving him 11. Marshawn Lynch is next, by the way, with 9. Blount leading the Eagles with 90 rushing yards on 14 carries. He averaged 6.4 yards per carry against the Patriots in Super Bowl 52. Blount happy for winning those back-to-back Super Bowls. Now, Blount and his teammate, Alshon Jeffrey, had a nice year for themselves. Now, in terms of Jeffrey, he's the first Eagles player since Fred Barnett in 1992 to record multiple 30-plus yard receiving touchdowns in the same postseason. Jeffrey was confident in himself and his team. Earlier in the week, he said when the Eagles win the Super Bowl. So how you feeling about your guarantee, Alshon?
Man, I told y'all. I said we. I never said a team. I told y'all I was going to the Super Bowl and we was going to win it. I said it this week. We was going to bring that trophy back to Philly. I said that. Just keep on doubting us, man. Y'all doubting us now? I bet Vegas doubted us too, huh? Hey, we world champions. We the top dogs. We ain't underdogs. We the top dogs.
Call them whatever you want. Now, Alshon Jeffrey, when he made a guarantee, was after the 2016 season. This was coming off the Bears' 3-13 campaign, and he was entering free agency. He ends up going to the Eagles, gets a 4-year extension, and he gets a Super Bowl win. Yes, it is good to be Alshon Jeffrey this morning.
Good to be a top dog. And now we're going to switch it over. Thank you, Will Selva. Over to Tom Pelissero, who was with the Eagles all week long, of course, here in Minneapolis, and also hanging out with Alshon Jeffrey during the week when he said there ain't no, what did he say? Ain't no if the Eagles are going to bring that Lombardi trophy back to Philadelphia, where they're going to do just that. So what was the vibe like out there, Tom?
Okay, you just heard Will play the bite there. Alshon was telling anybody who would listen that he tried to tell you they were bringing that trophy back to Philly. I caught up with him again last night at his locker for a few minutes and asked him what gave him that confidence. He just said, we believe in each other, and that hard work and preparation now has paid off. I also asked Alshon if he had any predictions about next season. He said, no, we're going to enjoy this one for now. That didn't stop some of his Eagles teammates already from looking ahead. The confetti was still falling out of the ceiling, and linebacker Michael Kendricks was walking around near midfield, up to teammates, screaming in their faces, now let's go get another one. I also talked to quarterback Ronald Darby, who said the future is bright, and we will be back next year in Atlanta. These guys know they did it without Carson Wentz. They did it without their left tackle, Jason Peters, and still had some 20,000 Eagles fans screaming every word to fly, Eagles, fly when it was all over last night, guys.
Tom, the Eagles put up over 500 yards on a Bill Belichick, or shall I say Matt Patricia defense. What did they say was working?
I spoke to offensive coordinator Frank Reich as he was walking to the bus last night. He said the message in a team meeting to players last week was, don't worry if they double Zach Ertz. Don't worry if they double Alshon Jeffrey, because we're good. In other words, the Eagles felt so confident about their matchups all across the board, and that was even before they knew that the Patriots were not going to play quarterback Malcolm Butler. During the game, Reich said all the receivers, to a man, were coming to the sideline and saying, he can't cover me. He can't cover me. So as coaches, they felt as if the entire field was available and everybody was going to be open. That's how you get an MVP, Nick Foles. He'll be honored up here on stage about an hour from now. He throws for 374 yards. The Eagles put up 41 points. Foles even catches a touchdown. An interesting backstory on that play. It's called Philly Special. They ran it 4th and goal right before halftime last night. The Eagles actually put that in the game plan before the NFC title game. They have an offensive quality control coach named Press Taylor who keeps a vault of trick plays he's seen around the league. The Bears ran that play against the Vikings last season, so they decided to put it in for the NFC title game. That one got out of hand. They never got to use it, kept it around. No shame in stealing when it helps you win a Super Bowl, guys.
The Philly Special. Love that insight from Tom Pelissero. Your thoughts on JT's performance, though?
I was loving it from basically the moon where the auxiliary press box was. I was singing along every word, Kay.
Every word, huh? He's saying sexy back. We'll get to that a little bit later. Great stuff from Tom Pelissero. We'll be talking to you more throughout the day right here on NFL Network. Nick Foles, the MVP of Super Bowl 52, Philly. Get you some more highlights after this.
It's Golden Corral's Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular. Slow roasted prime rib, butterfly shrimp, bone-in catfish, and more. It's time to saddle up. The Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular, just $13.99 every night. Your choice rules.
Staying ahead isn't about waiting for a chance. It's about the one bold choice you make that moves you forward. The one and only Cadillac Escalade. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac Escalade. Get this low mileage lease on this 2018 Cadillac Escalade from around $879 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
So now you have 2 cars to insure.
But with my driving record, it's going to be tough to find good car insurance, especially at a low cost.
Then you remember the General Insurance. They can insure multiple vehicles with a low monthly payment.
Even if one driver has prior tickets or accidents?
Yep. Just get an anonymous online quote and your problem is solved.
Voila!
Let the General help make your life easier. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
DiGiorno Crispy Pan Pizza bakes fresh in its own pan and travels straight to your table. Unlike delivery that goes from oven to box to bag to car to traffic to wrong houses. DiGiorno delivers a crispy caramelized crust straight from your oven. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
I am the new Honey Hot Glazed Chicken Strip Basket only at DQ. I make sports bar wings want to go cry to their celery sticks. I am sauced and tossed with a sweet heat that'll make your mouth want to kiss you on the lips. Because I'm not fast food, I am fan food.
This Valentine's Day, I wanted to turn everything I love about you into one thing you'll love forever.
The Jared Valentine's Day Diamond Event. Save up to $1,000 off any diamond when you buy your setting at Jared. And let our expert jewelers help you find or create the one ring that could only come from you and only be for her. Only at Jared.
For all the noses that stuff up around pets, there's Flonase Sensimist. It relieves all your worst symptoms, including nasal congestion, which most pills don't, and all from a gentle mist you can barely feel. Flonase Sensimist.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get. As I look back now, I just realized how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Foles fakes. He is going deep, and it is caught by Alshon Jeffrey for a
Alshon Jeffrey.
That could be the play of the game. What a catch. Foles moves to the right. It goes directly to Clement. Clement reverses it, and the pass goes into the end zone.
To Nick Foles.
It's a touchdown by Nick Foles.
What a razzle-dazzle. I love this. Come on, Doug Peterson.
And there was a few of the many great plays we saw during the Super Bowl, and what I wanted to do is break it down. Let's go a little X's and O's style so I can show you guys why these plays are so special. Nick Foles, the play calling for the Eagles. Check him out right here. This is the trick play. He goes up. He's going to tap his tackle on the butt. He's talking to him, but watch how he delays for a second. Corey Clement tosses it to Trey Burton, and then he runs the corner route up into the flat, and he's wide open because he was very patient. Oftentimes, with a trick play, you get a little antsy. You get too excited, and coach has to remind you, don't give it away. Check this out. We got 3 guys to the right in the bunch formation, single coverage up top. They're going to put the running back in motion, which makes the safety have to identify whether it's man or zone, and it's a great route. There's nobody on the inside because we saw that it's man coverage. He puts McCourty on the ground on a great slant. Zach Ertz gets in there. McCourty maybe should have slid inside knowing that there isn't any help with man coverage. But listen, these are small details within the play that they did during the game. We're at the line of scrimmage. They were able to give Nick Foles an idea of what the coverage is before the play even started. So now after the snap, he knows exactly where he wants to go. So we can compliment the big plays and the highlights, but you have to compliment the play calling and the way that they execute.
Tom touched on it really quick in his report. They got a guy named Press Taylor on the coaching staff. He's the assistant quarterbacks coach. Okay, part of his job involves compiling a binder of trick plays that he sees around the league, both in college and the pros. I know, Press. What he does, the whole deal is if you see a flea flicker in the Boise State-Toledo game, put it in the binder. He presented this after seeing the Vikings get it happen to them against the Bears last year. That's been in the binder. They've had it. Press Taylor has it. It's called Philly Special. It is now part of Philadelphia lore for the rest of sports history.
It's like when someone sends you toe drag swags, like someone sees a trick play and sends it to Press Taylor. The thing this morning, though, if I am a Patriots fan, I am screaming, demanding answers why Malcolm Butler did not play in this game. A little background. Malcolm Butler played 97% of the Patriots snaps this year. No one played more, okay? Now, you think he's not out there. Was he disciplined? Was he sick? No. In fact, Eric Rowe, his replacement, comes on the field. He says, it wasn't the plan. In fact, it wasn't official that I was starting until right before kickoff. So in a game where the Patriots defense could stop nobody, where Nick Foles did whatever he wanted, their best cover corner was out there. It gets crazier. Andy Benoit from SI, he talked to an unnamed Eagles offensive assistant after the game. They said, we noticed that Malcolm Butler wasn't out there after the second series and said, this is crazy. What's he doing out there? Then our game plan was we could get Alshon on Eric Rowe. That's what we're going to attack. We're going to attack Eric Rowe because we had Eric Rowe here in Philly, and we knew that was a mismatch. Meanwhile, Malcolm Butler is a healthy scratch who says they gave up on me after the game.
Who's tearing up before the game starts.
Okay, and we know what he's done. This is him before the game, where I'm presuming he now knows he's not going to play. Right. Stood on the game for the whole game on the sideline with his helmet on and didn't play again as the Patriots are getting lit up. I want answers of why this guy was not out there.
It wasn't perfect all season either. They have contract stuff going on, whether they were going to franchise him or not. Then they get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo so they could franchise him. It wasn't – there was tumult there earlier this season.
Okay, so say it was disciplinary. Let's just say hypothetically he went to a party. We don't know that. We don't know that yet. Say it was. Michael Irvin told a story on Players Only on the NFL Network and said that the second time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, a couple players went partying and all this stuff. Jimmy Johnson looked at him and said, typically, you wouldn't be on the field, but this is the Super Bowl, and I'm going to play. So even if it was disciplinary, Belichick needs to do
or say it's not. Or say it's the Patriots doing what they always do, some twist right before game time, trying to outsmart themselves and outsmart the other team. And they say, you know what, we got a feeling that Malcolm Butler isn't going to step up. We're going to play Rowe instead. I think that's completely idiotic. Because, listen, Malcolm Butler hasn't been perfect all season, but I'll tell you what, in the moment where most guys are unfamiliar with this stage, you want the guy that has the most familiarity. Malcolm Butler saved the Patriots from losing to the Seahawks with an amazing play on that slant route that we all can remember. Why wouldn't you have that man in the game?
There's clearly a reason.
And here's the thing.
There's got to be a reason.
There's a mystery. There's something.
Regardless of what you may think about Malcolm Butler's coverage, at the line of scrimmage, he is an absolute dog. So Alshon Jeffrey being this big, tall, lanky wide receiver, you want somebody that can
Nate, he played 97% of the snaps. There's obviously some reason he wasn't. It wasn't performance-based.
Okay, well,
and Nate, even if they did, let's say they tried to switch it up, mid-game, wouldn't you say, all right, we can't stop anybody. Let's try Malcolm. They didn't put him in.
Listen, let's put somebody at the line of scrimmage to put their hands on Alshon so when Nick Foles is dropping back, he sees a feisty cornerback grabbing and pushing and pulling up against Alshon. That's what Malcolm Butler does the best. Yeah. And you have this guy on the sideline, the one guy that has a ring on his finger, and you don't have him. That blows me away. It blows me away. I don't question the Patriot much, but that's frustrating.
Is there any reason that you could think of that would be okay? Or absolutely nothing?
Listen, if they're not coming out and saying that
they're not going to come out and say anything.
Say he was out till
What if he was out till 7 in the morning and he talked back to Bill Belichick? What is Bill supposed to do? Play him?
I'm not going to assume that. If they're not telling us that, I'm not going to assume that. So until they tell us, it's a dumb decision to put him on the sideline.
Hypothetically, he was out till 6 a.m. and Belichick says, "Are you kidding me? You dressed him for the game." I still think you have to play him.
Yeah, but
Belichick was asked straight up after the game, why didn't he play? Was it disciplinary? Belichick said strictly football reasons.
Let's not assume. So if it's strictly football reasons, it's a dumb decision.
Yes. And to not adjust from that, what do we talk? Adjustments mid-game. You don't think maybe you should give Malcolm a shot to go out there when you're giving up 500 yards, 600 yards?
If you're a Lions fan right now and Matt Patricia just put that thing on the field, are you questioning that hire right now?
Well, it's the same situation with Sherman, right?
And Nagy. All these guys getting jobs are not having good send-offs.
Same situation with Kyle Shanahan, right? These guys are still great coaches.
You're right.
Some of these guys, just like players, you freeze up. You freeze up in the Super Bowl and you make some bad decisions. But that doesn't take anything away from the regular season these guys have all had.
We'd love to hear from Patriot fans this morning. This is Good Morning Football Live in Minneapolis, celebrating Super Bowl 52. Tweet us at #GMFB. More on Malcolm Butler, more on MVP. Nick Foles with his 373 yards, the 5th most in Super Bowl history. It's always been sunny
in Fargo.
Thank you.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
It all started with a cardboard box. It's what my colleague put his computer on when sitting all day at the office became too painful. So we designed the first Veridesk. Lift it to stand when you want to, lower it to sit when you need to.
I have more energy and I get more done.
Our boss got the company to buy them for us, and I love it.
If you sit every day for work, the Veridesk is a must.
It's sturdy and comes fully assembled. And if you don't love it within 30 days, we'll pick it up. Go to Veridesk.com to order yours.
You have a vision. It's why you can see what others can't. You know what you want, and we can help you get it. You need options? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed, every time, for any reason. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
A new double quarter-pound king from Burger King. Made with over a half pound of flame-grilled 100% beef, 4 slices of cheese, pickles, and freshly chopped onions. The new double quarter-pound king, now part of the King Collection, only at Burger King.
It's not the turbocharged engine or the panoramic sunroof. It's not the heated seats or the driver assistance features. No, our greatest feature is one you don't even see. For 20 years, a portion of every Hyundai sold has gone to Hope on Wheels to help find a cure for childhood cancer. $130 million later, Hope is our greatest feature, and it comes standard on every Hyundai.
I can't believe they charged me this much. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Go to CashNetUSA.com now. If approved, you may get the money you need as soon as tomorrow.
Thanks. Who are you?
I'm CashNetUSA.com. Man.
Apply now at CashNetUSA.com.
Money's on the way with CashNet USA.
Know my name. You don't know it yet, but I'm your all-time favorite player.
Lamar Jackson with more wizardry.
I'm the next face of the franchise.
Sam Darnold, incredible.
I'm the X Factor.
I'm your new screensaver.
Mayfield, it's like he's got eyes in the back of his head.
I'm your lucky jersey.
Name my name. The future starts here. Follow my journey on NFL Network.
Know my name. Know my name.
4th and 1. Foles back. Foles fires. Foles completes it. And he's short of a first down. He got it to Zach Ertz. Does he have it?
Yeah.
Boy, I had to wait. They knocked him back, but they say he had forward progress and made it.
Oh, yeah. Move the change.
Whoa.
That's your MVP. Nick Foles nearly perfect on 3rd down last night. Just the go to the postseason, as you said. There's something to that.
Yeah, you're right. He played big in the moments that mattered.
Hashtag GMFB. This is a Good Morning Football celebrating Super Bowl 52. Fly, Eagles, fly. As we send it over to Will Selva out in the NFL newsroom in Culver City with more on those Patriots.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kay. Appreciate that. Well, Patriots quarterback Tom Brady landing on a list he wanted no part of. Since 2000, NFL MVPs are 0-9 in the Super Bowl during their MVP season. 0-9. Joining names such as Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Sean Alexander, even. Well, it's a scant comfort, but Brady did do something that no other player had done to earn the Associated Press MVP award. At 40 years and 184 days, he's the oldest player to do it. Now, the award dates back to 1957, Brady receiving 40 of 50 votes ahead of Todd Gurley and Carson Wentz. And speaking of the Rams running back, Gurley's rebirth under new head coach Sean McVay, earning him the Associated Press Offensive Player of the Year at NFL Honors. Gurley getting 37 of 50 votes, besting Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown. Teammate Aaron Donald capturing Defensive Player of the Year, while Sean McVay was named Coach of the Year. Pair of Saints rookies bringing home some hardware. Alvin Kamara proved to be an electrifying one as he was voted AP Offensive Rookie of the Year at NFL Honors. Kamara becoming just the 3rd player in NFL history to rack up 2,000 scrimmage yards, 10 rushing touchdowns, and 6 receiving TDs. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore tabbed as Defensive Rookie of the Year after his 5 interceptions. And when you think about that draft class by the Saints, it is a loaded one at that. When you think of Kamara, Lattimore, Ramczyk, and Marcus Williams, the future is bright in New Orleans. And it's especially brighter when you think of Kamara and how many yards per catch he had, or yards per carry he would have. 6.1 yards per carry for Alvin Kamara. So the future is certainly bright there for Sean Payton and company in the Big Easy.
Yeah, I feel like Sean Payton came on our show during Super Bowl week, and most of it was about his rookie class.
Yeah.
And the vibe that they bring and the energy and the future there, including Marcus Williams, of course, who I feel like people will associate negatively after their loss, but had a tremendous start to his young career in New Orleans. Great stuff, Will Selva. We'll talk to you in a bit. We are celebrating, of course, those Philadelphia Eagles winning the Super Bowl. Nick Foles is your MVP. We have highlights. Coach Doug Peterson expected to hit the podium. But if you look at the Patriots side of things, I feel like you'll see a little bit of yourself in this.
They're not even on the field. This stupid team's not even on the field.
Child, you'll survive. McKinley, your brother's having an emotional breakdown.
Wow, that is a super friend of the of NFL Network.
Go ahead and laugh.
Part of the family.
Don't feel bad. It's funny.
But there's a little bit of it. There's a little bit of that kid in all of us who are,
Well, look.
That's
I'm suddenly home in my house and I'm frustrated. I feel for that kid though. I wonder if he knows why Malcolm Butler didn't play.
Yeah, but
I'd be crying
here's the
too.
thing. I'm not going to crack any jokes on the New England Patriots fan base because they're one of the best in the world. But they are very spoiled.
That kid doesn't know what losing is.
Dynasty after dynasty after dynasty,
Yeah.
and they're going crazy right now. Let's just listen, Patriots fans. I know you don't want to, but just give Philly credit. Let them have this one. They beat you fair and square, and they're the champs.
Doesn't matter if they let them do anything. They took it right from them. They stole it from them. They stomped their hearts out. That's what it was. They didn't let 'em do
Peter, the
anything.
kid is watching right now. Don't you feel bad for him?
Look, failure in life is sometimes good.
Hey, get over it, man.
I got bad news for that kid. I don't think the Celtics can win the East either. I think they're going to lose to the Cavs. I'm sorry. I like Kyrie and everything, but Kay, you're right. Peter, what was the team you brought up? The '92 Patriots. What was that terrible team?
The '92 Patriots went 2-14. They were the worst team in football. Hugh Millen was their quarterback.
Right.
25 years ago, Patriots fans know what being hurt and failure is.
You got to learn
So
again.
don't you feel for them now? Because I feel like they're waking up this morning and they're like, listen, Patricia's out of here. Josh McDaniels out of here. Brady's 40. Edelman's not getting any younger. Is this the end?
Okay, a lot of it felt going into the Super Bowl like this is the end. This might be the way, and maybe it's a walk-off. But knowing Brady and Belichick the way we do, I think they're going to come back hungrier, angrier, and now everyone's going to be saying, well, they lost Patricia and they lost McDaniels.
We've got Gronk on the podium saying he doesn't know if he wants to come back and play football. What do you mean?
I mean, we've seen this team grow from boys to men, and it's so hard to say goodbye.
Okay.
Philadelphia reference, Burleson on fire. I think that, listen, they're the favorite for the AFC next year, 100%. I'll take that as long as Belichick and Brady are there. I think they'll be back in the Super Bowl next year. They have to be. Every year. I don't care. A coordinator, get out of here. We've lost a million coordinators. Those guys are great coaches. At least they were until last night. The Patriots are the favorite for the AFC, 100% right now. Give them to me.
What kind of tomfoolery did you get into yesterday?
Someone had this crazy idea that they would follow me around with cameras. They did that once on MTV. It didn't end well. This was a sequel of it. Okay, they showed up at my hotel room in the morning, and then they ended at my hotel room at night with everything in between.
I saw you on the field. We'll see what that's all about after this coming up. Our crew did follow Kyle Brandt around Super Bowl. KB. Can't wait. Cannot wait.
Sometimes you got to stop being polite. Start getting real. Oh, yeah. All-time playoff sack leader. Yo, what's up, Cars?
You think you know, but you have no idea.
Biscuit, biscuit, biscuit. 2 pieces of chicken, mashed potatoes, cookie and a drink. All available at KFC for just $5. It's finger licking good.
Look! It's the Bud Night. It's the Bud Night. We're saved. Cheers.
Dilly dilly!
Time to do what must be done. I did it.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
State Farm knows it's more than a truck, so why not give it the protection it deserves?
They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world. And they can respond, I became a soldier.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get. As I look back now, I just realize how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
I don't have my wallet, so.
Perfect. You can send a digital payment.
I don't have one of those payment apps.
Perfect. You have a US-based bank account, right?
I have Wells Fargo.
Perfect. Then you should have Zelle.
Perfect.
Perfect.
The #1 mobile banking app just got better.
Does your coach use Zelle too?
Of course.
Another way we're building better every day.
Lord, what the heck? That's gonna make me throw up.
There's a party tonight. Sound like Derek. Where the people got killed. Are you crazy?
What you gonna do
Somebody trying to kill all of us. Drop the gate.
when they come for Boo?
You have to let me in. There ain't no room in here.
It's always the ones that's fat trying to keep the sexy ones out. Boo 2 on Medea Halloween.
Check FiOS first for the newest releases to instantly rent or buy.
Welcome back to Minneapolis. I'm here with the fam. We're in front of US Bank Stadium right behind us. Let's get a little bit weird the day after the Super Bowl. So I've been privileged to go to over a dozen Super Bowl weeks, but I have never actually attended the game. Something we talked about on the air, and I think somebody heard that, and a little light bulb went on over their head and said, let's send a camera crew to Brant's hotel room and follow him around all day and see what kind of hijinks happen. Let me tell you, they happened. I had an experiment like this on camera once in my life. It involved a confessional booth. This one did not. It involved a Super Bowl. Here was my day at Super Bowl 52. Buckle up. Good morning, Minneapolis. I'm not complaining about the cold. Everybody else is, not this guy, not all day. I will not mention one word about how cold it is. Here we go. This is Nate Burleson's room right here. Hey, Nate.
Do I got the sauce right now, Nate? Do I have swag? How am I looking?
You look like an Eskimo, bro.
So that's a big yes. That's why he's the greatest guy in television. He'll open the door in his underwear.
Yeah. Is that so cold? Can we build a stadium in Cabo or Bora Bora? My eyes are frozen.
Between us and the world, what do you think is the X factor in today's game? Is it Zach Ertz? What do you guys, James White? I think it's a relative of yours. Let's go to the tailgate. Let's go to the tailgate. You never know who's going to be there. Everybody huddles around the food. Me and my guy will see you there.
I was really excited. We're at the NFL tailgate. I got exclusive access to the VIP room. Let's see what kind of huge celebrities are in here. Come here. All right, check it out. This is the NFL Network's Peter Strager. The GOAT is playing today. Where do you come out on Darius Rucker?
I love Darius Rucker. Is he the GOAT? I don't know. You know, third eye blind might have something to say about that.
Everybody at home is looking Strager stuff his face with his pasta and saying, I only want to be with you.
It's the Eagles locker room right there. Doug Peterson with his visor on. He's giving them a speech that's going to just bring them down mountaintops and lay them on the Patriots. Who knows what's going on in there? We'll find out shortly. Let's hit the field.
Let's go!
Willie, Ian Rappaport is reporting that you are going to suit up and terrorize Nick Foles today. Can you verify this report?
That's the governor of Pennsylvania. That's my guy. It's my guy. What do you want me to say? It's my guy. Go get it, Danny.
You know, like the first 5 minutes that Charlie walked into the chocolate factory, that's how I feel right now.
All right, so the field was incredible. We saw Chelsea Clinton, we saw M. Shyamalan, we saw Bradley Cooper, and now we're about to kick off. It's just about the Eagles, it's about the Patriots. I'm a little nervous, Nate. Let's go!
Third down and 5 here, and now we got to flip back here to Danny. He throws, and it's Brady who can't haul it in.
What's crazier right now? Tom Brady dropped a pass, or the Eagles are dropping bombs on the Patriots. This game is drunk. Alshon Jeffrey, your first half MVP. Fly, Eagles, fly. Timberlake just finished. Things that cannot be stopped in Minneapolis tonight. The feeling, the passing, or the running. And if the Patriots need us and get their stuff in gear, we're going to hear what it sounds like when goats cry. Hey, I got this feeling in my body. Got a feeling.
Brady gets hit. The ball is out. And Philadelphia has it. Derek Barnett comes away with it.
Brady fumbled. He fumbled. Unbelievable. The dogs hit the goat. The Philadelphia Eagles are the Super Bowl champions. The Patriots are so hard to kill. I still thought they were going to win it right at the end. I can't, no words. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl. Look at that.
So that was the day with a cameo from Burleson in his underwear. I had a beautiful conversation with Chelsea Clinton that made the cutting room floor. Yes, she was there. How did you guys spend the day? Come on now.
I saw you for a hot minute on the field.
I saw Kay. She was busy working.
I was
away.
interviewing celebrities. It was fun.
Oh, the first person I saw was Kyle. I was dead asleep because I went to a party the night before, and I hear a knock at the door. And as soon as I hear Kyle's voice, I'm like, I gotta go see my guy.
Yeah. Nate, what is that movie where Bradley Cooper and Galifianakis go to Vegas? What is that thing?
Hangover?
Yeah, that's right. You just cameoed in it.
I'll be honest, it was crazy.
Awesome.
That Eagles sideline was like a who's who. You had Miles Teller, you had Bradley Cooper, M. Night Shyamalan, Jim Cramer
Diddy.
from CNBC, Diddy,
Mayweather,
Lori Loughlin was there.
Carl Anthony
Lori Loughlin was there?
Towns,
Uh-huh.
and
Becky?
then I walked to the Patriots sideline.
Steph
empty.
Curry was there.
I might have seen it, but from when I was there, it was like a party on that Eagles sideline. Patriots were all business, and I was like, I don't know if this is good or not. But in the end, it was loose.
Yes.
That's what they are, and it worked out. My lasting memory, we're coming out of that stadium, and it's just thousands and thousands of Eagles fans chanting, Eagles, fly, we go through that skyway, and it felt like it was a little mini parade before the parade, a parade that what Jeffrey Lurie says is going to be the parade of parades.
And you mentioned in that piece that Nick Foles was dropping bombs. And speaking of Kevin Hart, I mean, Nick Foles was the only one dropping bombs yesterday.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, that was trending this morning, right? Hart had a night. You know, it's funny. The Patriots were super loose, too. I got to talk to Hogan. I talked to Chris Hogan. We had actual lacrosse talk on the field.
Stop.
He was more than willing. I asked him about the Twins. Chris Hogan came on our show and announced the Twins. Talked to him about that. I talked to Brian Dawkins for a while, who's always up in an 11. He was on the sideline, of course. And then I got to talk to my guy Carson. And Carson is always, there's a guy, you think of him, he's got to sit on the sideline and watch his team, his position, go up against the Patriots and win this thing. And he's just bursting with positivity, sunshine and positive and prayers for you, and you're the best. It's just like, you are tapped into something that I couldn't possibly be tapped into.
It's that Russell Wilson juice.
I think it might be, Nate. I don't have that flowing through my veins because I'd be miserable in that
They
situation.
were strong men of faith. But, hey, Kyle, I was on the field too, and I just kind of removed myself. I just float on the outside. I don't even really cross those lines. You dapped up Amendola. You were on the field.
You're actually on the field.
Amendola had to run around you like, excuse me, Kyle. I'm warming up
I
for
got
the
a
Super
butt
Bowl.
slap from Amendola, and I got to tell you, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it at all.
Speaking of all of the celebrities,
Sign me up.
I'm hearing something in my ear about Sylvester Stallone.
Sly?
I don't know.
Sly?
Something is Sly coming up. There we go. Yo, Eagles. You did it.
That's awesome.
I love
They
it.
did play a Rocky montage in the stadium, too. There was Talia Shire, the original movie, and there was Mick and everything like that. That place, I'm telling you, it was Lincoln Financial Northwest.
It was a
We're
home
not
game.
going to talk about the halftime show.
Let's talk about it.
You guys like
Talk
it?
I loved it.
I loved it.
Yeah,
It
JT
was
did
a
his thing.
solid A. What do you mean? Yeah.
He did his thing,
100%.
of course.
I feel like people want to say like that it wasn't enough.
People are. How could you hate on the halftime show? It's incredible entertainment.
I will say, I like the Prince tribute up on the curtain. I wish you the Prince.
What'd you want,
What's
Purple
that
Rain?
Prince
You wanted a
song? I
bigger
wanted
song?
something that I know.
Doves
I'll take
Cry.
Little Red Corvette. I didn't know that song was. He was at a piano and everything. I would have liked something a little snazzier, snappier. But I'm an armchair quarterback.
See, people always want to complain about something. They want more. They want a special guest, and then a boob pops out, and then you get crazy. So it was a subtle JT show. It was great. We don't need all the dramatics that happened a long time ago. So for everybody asking for more, you don't always want more.
Right.
He sang all of his hits. Sexy Back.
He did some sexy back.
And
Right.
Company. He sang everything with
Crimea
a
River.
sharp look, so much
Yeah.
fun, and perfectly produced. Well, job well done. Good morning.
Hey,
Minneapolis.
trucks.
We are here. We've
They're
got
kicking us out.
more coverage, of course, of the Super Bowl. We are still in Minneapolis hanging out with you guys, looking at the podium where you will see Coach Doug Peterson, potentially Nick Foles, your Super Bowl 52 MVP, in just a little bit right here on Good Morning Football.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when this guy got a flat tire in the middle of the night.
Hold on, Dad. Liberty did what?
Yeah, Liberty Mutual 24-hour roadside assistance helped him to fix his flat so he could get home safely.
My dad says our insurance doesn't have that. Don't worry, I know what a lug wrench is, Dad. Is this a lug wrench?
Maybe. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Sign here, please.
Aw, a fan. I am doing less and less autographs these days.
From autographs to end zone celebrations, NFL Experience is a first-hand look at what it's like to be in the NFL.
Here, take this. I used that today. I'm all about my fans.
Get tickets now at NFLExperience.com.
Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Stop, I can't do this. I thought if I dressed up like Reba, it would help sell my Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Try it in the tenders basket for just $4.99.
Hi, my name is Riley.
What's up, Riley?
That's Josh.
We got to be good sports. We got to have a great attitude.
Hey, Gene. Boom. We get the ball out. Good sportsmanship, guys.
Oh, put the ball back to Aaron. Thank you. Thank you.
Every stitch is a part of me. All these shapes and designs express our devotion to craftsmanship. I want people to feel our passion when they touch it and when they drive it.
Test drive the CX-5 and experience the details for yourself.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
Good morning, football at the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl, we're presented by Mazda today, right outside beautiful U.S. Bank Stadium, saying thank you, fans. And we talked about it. Eagles get the win. Eagles fan base got the win. They were really represented yesterday.
Before, during, and after, it felt like we were in Philadelphia last night. I'm sure we were at the game, all of us. That was a home game for the Philadelphia Eagles. Make no mistake, that was not a neutral field, and I think it played a huge role, Kay.
Kyle Brandt, will you be at the parade?
If I'm invited, I would love to attend the parade.
Kay Adams, will you be at the parade?
I was not invited. I don't know if the Eagles fans want me there because I thought the Patriots were going to win the game.
I'm just throwing this out there. If we're in New York,
yes,
and it's such a close trip for us, wouldn't it make sense for us to do Good Morning Football from Philly?
Talk about it.
Unless we're really tired from Super Bowl week in Minneapolis.
So
that's what caffeine is for.
NFL, work it out.
Nate, calling orders. Look at you.
Peter Strager, Nate Burleson, Kyle Brandt, I'm Kay Adams. We have press conferences going on this morning live in Minneapolis. The winning team, I bet they haven't slept at all. But Coach Doug Peterson will address the media. So will Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles. How did he get the MVP? Let's tell you right now with Good Morning Football's lead block.
The lead block. Okay, let's check out the Super Bowl because it was insane. Truly, this is an honor to do Super Bowl highlights here on the NFL Network. Brady's played in 8. Belichick, he's coached in a ton. Malcolm Butler will not be playing in this one. We're still trying to figure out why he was benched. In my opinion, the Patriots win that game if he plays. I truly feel that way. I think they needed a few plays in the secondary to win this game. They didn't get it. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's his replacement, Eric Rowe, a former Eagle. How'd that go? Alshon Jeffrey, a fantastic catch and a throw from Foles. They're up. It's the first touchdown of the game. This is a beautiful thing.
For the record, it's good coverage right here.
It's fine.
Yeah.
He didn't make the play, and if I'm a Patriots fan this morning, I am very angry, and I want answers why he was not out there.
I agree.
But a lot of good players were. It's 9-3 now. Brady going up top. He's Brandon Cooks, their best receiver. Boom. Malcolm Jenkins levels him, blindsides him. Guys, Brandon Cooks was done. This was a huge, huge play in this game because he did not get back on the field after this. We hate to see it went down like that. But the fact is, he left, did not return, and the Patriots had to make do without him. So, James White, Danny Amendola, Tom Brady. Oh, Tom.
The entire stadium gasped.
Gasped, absolutely. I think even Eagles fans were almost a little disappointed he didn't catch it. It was an amazing moment. The fact is, Brady's a big receiver. He's about 6'4", long arms, huge catch radius. You got to bring that in. 15-12 now, Philly knocking on door. 4th and goal. You give it to LeGarrette Blount, right? No, you don't. You snap to Corey Clement, you lateral it to Trey Burge, and you throw it to who? Nick Foles.
My man Brian Brown on Twitter sent me it. Nick Foles ran this in high school. They have the exact play. The video is on Twitter of him running this exact play in high school.
Unbelievable. It is now known as Philly Special and is now known as a Philly legend. Guys, how did this all go down? Shrake said he did in high school.
You know, that play we've been working on for the last couple of weeks and just needed the right time, right opportunity, and guys executed it brilliantly.
Doug and I were talking. I was like, let's just run it. It was a good time. And the end was a little wider than I thought, so I was like, I really need to sell like I'm not doing anything. and it worked. Trey made an amazing throw, right on the money. I just looked it in.
Nate, what'd you just say?
You got to have some cojones to call that play, brother.
Trey Burton said it, quote afterwards, Coach has got some big ones. And I can't lie, Jack Del Rio, you're on notice. Third quarter, 22-12, Eagles up. Brady, though, knocking on the door. This was just Gronking all over the field. He had over 60 yards receiving on the drive alone, and then the touchdown and the spike. It felt like the Patriots were awake, the angry dragon. But Foles says, no, I got your dragon right here. And I got Corey Clements. An unbelievable catch and throw. There was also uncertainty in that very Eagles-friendly stadium about whether this was going to be overruled because there was a bobble, you know, the lingo of this, survived the ground bobble. Guess what? It survived. It was a touchdown. Wentz joyous on the sideline. Belichick saying, we got to get this defense together. We're going to lose another Super Bowl. We can't stop these guys. 29-12, a 10-point lead for the Eagles. You can't kill the Patriots. They're so difficult to kill. And Chris Hogan in the end zone, right over the middle. Brady says, we got this. We're down 28-3. You think I care about being down 10 to the Eagles? Fourth quarter. Now they're down 6 to the Eagles until 3-2-1 Gronk. Undefensible. Absolutely undefensible. I don't know if it's indefensible, whatever it is. They couldn't defend it. And Gronk scores his second touchdown of the game. Indefendable? Could you look up that? I'm a mess right now with that word. Nick Foles, though, also indefensible. 32-33. He's down. It's a 3rd and 1. They get kind of cute with it, which was working from that night. Go out to Torrey Smith, and they stop him. If you hear the beeping behind it, it's the Patriots backing up and not playing Malcolm Butler. Matt Patricia out there, 4th and 1. They need to stop. Who's going to make a play on defense in this game? Is anybody? Not here, because Nick Foles' hand was so hot. All he needed was 1. He got about 2. Zach Ertz, move the chains, move the chains. It felt like this game was going to come down to, could anybody make a big defensive play? Again, it's not the Patriots. The beautiful timing throw to Nelson Aguilar right over the middle, found the window. The Eagles now down 1, 2 1/4 to play. Zach Ertz, get up. Touchdown. It is a go-ahead touchdown. It came with some controversy, some uncertainty. A lot of takes on Twitter about this. A lot of references to Steelers tight end Jesse James, who had a touchdown taken away from him against the Patriots. Jesse James tweeted, that's a catch. We all know it's a catch, but sometimes in this day and age, Gene Steratore needs to tell us it is, which he did. The play stands, but there's a lot of time left for Brady. He has a timeout to work with. Look at that. Plenty, but it's 2nd and 2. I said someone needs to make a defensive play. It was Brandon Graham, the Eagles captain. The strip sack, the rook Derek Barnett recovers, and it felt like this could have been the end of the Patriots in this game forever. Who knows?
Look at 55.
55 gets the paw, and he said, I saw Brady's arm, I reached for it, I got the ball, we needed 1 play, and I made it. But guys, it's still not over. Jeffrey Lurie doing the blue ivy that Kay taught us, trying to calm everybody down. Patriots down 8.
Look who almost
7
hits him
seconds.
again. Look.
Oh, Graham almost had the walk-off, but Brady says, 56 yards in the air, I got this. Gronk, go up and get it. No.
You got to have somebody behind the point guy. In case it bobbles, there was nobody behind Gronk.
Most Hail Marys are caught on the deflection. There was the friendly hop.
There's
That's
always
it.
a hop behind.
And Amendola was a second late and $1 short. And the Philadelphia Eagles, the 1 seed, without their #1 quarterback, had that man who was unconscious and beat the GOAT, beat the Pats, 41-33. The Eagles are your Super Bowl champs. Unbelievable. What do we got, guys?
I want to know when you guys knew the Eagles, the deal was sealed. When did you guys, all watching it together, up in that booth, at the Super Bowl, right behind me right here, when did you know the Patriots weren't winning it? It was the Eagles game.
It was such a good game, not until that bobbled Hail Mary. As soon as the ball got tipped and it hit the ground, that's when I said, okay, the Eagles, you guys can breathe right now. But to that point, Kay, the Eagles dominated this game from the very beginning. The Patriots were fighting their way back into the game. And, of course, in the fourth quarter, they made it a game. But if you look at the narrative from first quarter all the way to fourth, the Eagles were in control of this one. So you have to respect the way they won it.
It's such an amazing season for the Eagles. Forget Carson Wentz for a moment. They lost Jordan Hicks, their middle linebacker. They lost Kiss Maragos, their best special teams player. They lost Darren Sproles, arguably their best running back. And yet they kept on coming and coming and coming and coming. Jake Elliott missed an extra point in this game, and they found a way to bounce back. He hits a huge 46-yarder to make it an 8-point game. And when the game mattered most, it was 4th and 1, and they have LeGarrette Blount and Jay Ajayi, and everyone says, give the ball to one of the big boys. They decide to go shotgun, pass it to Ertz, extend it. They were playing with the same exact kind of way they were playing all season, where it was just, let's just roll the dice. It's been working aggressively. Let's just be us. Kay, did I ever think the Patriots were going to, win that game? Yeah. throughout the game. Every single time the Patriots got the ball, it's like, this is it. But it doesn't matter what we think. The
Right.
Eagles knew they were going to win it, and they did.
The aggressive play calling is why they won this game, right? Nobody's ever in the playoffs had over 500 yards. 41 points on a Belichick-led team in the playoffs has never happened until last night.
I think the answer to the question initially is the same thing. Until the Hail Mary fell on the ground, I really thought the Patriots were still going
If
to
you
steal
told me
it.
they're still playing right now, I still think the Patriots are going to win.
I agree. I still think they're going to catch the Hail Mary. There was one time in the game, and only one, I felt the Eagles went conservative. It was at the end of the game. Remember, they were up 6, and they could have gotten a first down to end it and taken a knee. They ran 3 times and kicked the field goal up by 8, and I said, you got to kill the Patriots. What were you saying, Peter? You got to snap the neck.
You have to snap the neck. They were up 5, and they ran it 3 times,
only
kicked the Jake
time.
Elliott field goal. They didn't pass. When they were I said, I hope they don't regret that. I hope. But then again, last year, what did we say? Why didn't the Falcons run the ball? Why are they going?
You're right. It's such a good call.
So listen, we say it all the time. Do you. As a coach, you got to do you. And we can talk about the trick plays and the 4th down, but here's another reason why they won. On 3rd down, Nick Foles, 11-14, 169, 2 TDs, 0 interception, a 156 passer rating.
On 3rd downs?
On 3rd down.
11 to 14. It's unconscious.
That's how you beat the Patriots.
79 or close near 79% passer rating or completion percentage on 3rd down, which is wild. All postseason long. They've been doing that all season long. They've been aggressive, and we've been highlighting it here on the show, even though I did think the Patriots were going to win.
A lot of people did.
With that Hail Mary. Hashtag GMFB, guys. You guys can keep tweeting the show. Love your tweets. We want to hear from Tom Brady, though. He had some interesting things to say at the podium as well. He thinks he'll be back. He expects to be back. What does that even mean? Gronk saying he's got things to think about. What's going on with the Patriots? We'll break it down after this.
When it comes to showing love, some use rose petals. At Papa John's, we use pepperonis. A lot of pepperonis. We're using 2 whole layers of them on our large or pan dual-layer pepperoni pizza. Available now for just $10.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
How much horsepower does this thing got?
Doing great, Dad. Looking good, babe.
Are you filming?
At Booking.com, we can't guarantee you'll be any good at that water jet thingy.
It's so good!
But we can guarantee the best price on a hotel like this one. Or any home, boat, treehouse, yurt, whatever. We guarantee the best price on all kinds of accommodations. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
Good morning.
Hi, happy to be here.
So, anything changed since your last checkup?
Well, we have the next man up mentality.
Okay. Do you know your blood type?
We just need to go out there and execute. Bottom line.
From press conferences to touchdown passes, NFL Experience is a first-hand look at what it's like to be in the NFL.
Are you allergic to any medications?
We have no comment.
No comment.
Get tickets now at NFLExperience.com.
it within 30 days, we'll pick it up. Go to Veritas.com to order yours.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, Patriots, Eagles, highlights, headlines, and heroes of Super Bowl 52. The game-changing moments, the game-breaking MVP. Tonight, 6 Eastern.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, you know, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled the road that was less traveled to get where I had to get. As I look back now, I just realized how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Tonight, get your Longhorn favorites, like our outlaw ribeye, Parmesan crusted chicken, or the Longhorn salmon. Feeling, flavor, the place. Longhorn Steakhouse. You can't fake steak.
This winter, in the state with more ski mountains than any other, family fun reaches a new peak. So whether you're a speed demon or more of a snow angel, your winter chariot awaits. Pick the best peak for your family getaway at iloveny.com. New York State. It's all here. It's only here.
Tonight, get your Longhorn favorites, like our outlaw ribeye, Parmesan crusted chicken, or the Longhorn salmon. Feeling, flavor, the place. Longhorn Steakhouse. You can't fake steak.
All right, welcome back to Good Morning Football. Will Sullivan inside the NFL Network newsroom. Well, the confetti barely blanketed U.S. Bank Stadium, and already the focus was on next season for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Now, Brady may have lost Super Bowl 52, but he's not about to take an L against Father Time as well. Brady became the first quarterback to reach 10,000 career postseason passing yards. Only 5 QBs have more than 5,000 plus career postseason passing yards. So he's still obviously playing at a very high level with no plans of calling it a career. TB12 wants another crack at a 6th Super Bowl title.
I expect to be back, so we'll see. Sorry? I mean, it's 15 minutes after the game ended, so I'd like to process this a little bit, and I wouldn't see why I wouldn't be back.
Well, Brady is definitive about his plans. His tight end, Rob Gronkowski, not so much. Fresh off becoming the second tight end with 2 receiving touchdowns in a Super Bowl. Gronk sounding like a man who is awfully iffy about what the future holds after being asked about retirement.
I don't know how you heard that, but I mean, I'm definitely going to look at my future, for sure. I'm going to sit down the next couple of weeks and see where I'm at.
Gronk, what would make you retire?
I'm not ready for these type of questions right now. I mean, I'm just going to look, sit down, reflect on the season, probably talk to my teammates. We fought all year long, all the receivers, running backs, linemen. I mean, we put all the work in together. So I'm just going to reflect on the season, proud of the boys, and just see what happens from here.
And hopefully that's just emotion coming from Gronk after a tough loss. Well, that'll do it from here in Los Angeles. But when we come back here on this special edition of Good Morning Football, we send it back out to Minneapolis for the MVP press conference from Nick Foles and also head coach Doug Peterson. Stay with us.
Mom and Dad got a new car. It's not theirs, it's mine. Mine. And it always will be forever and ever.
The new RX 350L with 3 rows for 7 passengers. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But while some push high commission investment products, Fisher Investments avoids them. Some advisors have hidden and layered fees. Fisher Investments never does. And while some advisors are happy to earn commissions from you, whether you do well or not, Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when you do better. Maybe that's why most of our clients come from other money managers. Fisher Investments, clearly better money management.
With pizza as good as Papa John's, you need a dessert to match. Introducing our new salted caramel desserts, topped with sweet and salty caramel flavored icing. Try our new salted caramel brownie or chocolate chip cookie today.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
How do you win at business? Stay at La Quinta, where we're changing with stylish makeovers. Then, at your next meeting, set your seat height to its maximum level. Bravo, tall meeting man. Start winning today. Book now at lq.com.
We're Dude Perfect, and this is the no-look laser shot.
Trick shots are hard. Valentine's Day doesn't have to be.
Just go to K.
Save 25 to 50% off everything at K and win Valentine's Day.
It's the Bud Night. It's the Bud Night. We're saved. Yes.
Time to do what must be done. I did it.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
It's Golden Corral's Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular. Slow roasted prime rib, butterfly shrimp, bone-in catfish, and more. It's time to saddle up. The Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular, just $13.99 every night. Your choice rules.
Our AutoZone Rewards program is simple. Spend $20 5 times and earn a $20 reward. Oh, look at that. You got a $20 reward.
I needed it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Awesome.
Yeah. Let's get you what you need.
I don't know what it's like to lose everything I own. I don't know what it's like to serve and protect. I don't know what it's like to raise a family without a home. I don't know what it's like to walk in your shoes. But I do know what it means to care about people. And I do know that I can do my part and that we will do our part to ensure that our work outlives us.
Welcome back to Good Morning Football at the Super Bowl presented by Mazda. What do you want with that Super Bowl of cereal? A Super Bowl highlight, and I got you. There's Tom Brady, the GOAT, dapping up Deion Branch, former Super Bowl MVP. Carson Wentz on the sideline, and there is Nick Foles, the GOAT. Yeah, I said it. Check it out. This is a GOAT play call. They're going to do this just right. Direct snap to Corey Clement, and he tosses Trey Burton. Trey Burton looking for Nick Foles. They extend the lead at this point. One of the gutsiest play calls on 4th down in Super Bowl history. Check out the patience, Trey.
Nate, in a regular season game, it would be considered bold.
This is as bold as it gets. And check out this slant route. Zach Ertz. Ooh, it hurts so good. The score, 32-33 at this point. They get the lead, puts McCourty on the ground on the slant and dives about 3 yards away and extends for the end zone and crosses the plane. There was some questions saying, is it like the Jesse James catch? You remember that Steelers game up against the Patriots, but that one counted. Tom Brady, 11-game winning fourth quarter drives, dropping back, trying to make a play, and Brandon Graham knocks it out. Picked up by the rookie. Check out this play by double nickel. He gets that left hand on the ball, and there is no doubt that that is a fumble. And at that point, we all thought the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be Super Bowl champs. I'm losing my voice. Eagles win 41-33. What an amazing game. What an amazing night. Good Morning Football will be right back in just a bit. We're going to have a live press conference with head coach Doug Peterson and also Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles.
Talk about it.
Talk about it. Hey, St. Nick, you were bringing us presents last night. Congratulations, man.
Access. No access. Total access.
Welcome to NFL Total Access.
All day, every day.
Total behind the scenes, inside the huddle, Hail Mary access.
What a catch!
Coverage. This goes beyond coverage.
Let's go!
This is about total X&O breaking news TD celebration access.
I was nervous.
Catch? There's no catch. You want total 5-night-a-week, 32 NFL team insider access? Watch NFL Total Access. Tonight at 6, live on NFL Network.
DiGiorno Crispy Pan Pizza bakes fresh in its own pan and travels straight to your table.
Unlike delivery that goes from oven to box to bag to car to traffic to wrong houses. DiGiorno delivers a crispy caramelized crust straight from your oven. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Why create something this extravagant? Or make a back seat that feels nothing like a back seat? Why give it every feature you could want, along with a few you didn't know you needed? It's simple. You can build a car, or you can build a Cadillac. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac CT6. Get this low-mileage lease on this 2018 Cadillac CT6 from around $549 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
I accept I don't bike the miles I used to. I even accept I have a higher risk of stroke due to AFib, a type of irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. But no matter where I ride, I go for my best. So if there's something better than warfarin, I'll go for that too. Eliquis. Eliquis reduced the risk of stroke better than warfarin, plus had less major bleeding than warfarin. Eliquis had both.
Don't stop taking Eliquis unless your doctor tells you to, as stopping increases your risk of having a stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. While taking Eliquis, you may bruise more easily, and it may take longer than usual for any bleeding to stop. Seek immediate medical care for sudden signs of bleeding, like unusual bruising. Eliquis may increase your bleeding risk if you take certain medicines. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures.
I'm still going for my best, and for Eliquis.
Ask your doctor about Eliquis.
Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Stop, I can't do this. I thought if I dressed up like Reba, it would help sell my Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Try it in the tenders basket for just $4.99.
So, which one of you fellas is having trouble finding affordable car insurance?
I was supposed to drive today.
Yeah, but Turbo got himself a whole mess of tickets.
And he let his car insurance expire.
No problem. Use your smartphone and get an anonymous online quote right now. Besides low payments, the General will give you credit for any prior coverage you've had in the past 5 years. Let the General help make your life easier. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
The Hall of Fame class of 2018 has finally been revealed. Take an in-depth look at this year's inductees.
Randy Moss, touchdown!
The Gold Jacket class of 2018. Thursday at 8, live on NFL Network.
All right, Will Selva back with you here from the NFL Network newsroom. Well, Patriots quarterback Tom Brady landing on a list he wanted no part of. Since 2000, NFL MVPs are 0-9 in the Super Bowl during their MVP season. 0-9, joining names such as Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, and Sean Alexander. Now, it's of scant comfort, but Brady did do something that no other player had done to earn the Associated Press MVP award. At 40 years and 184 days, he's the oldest player to do it. The award goes back to 1957, Brady receiving 40 of 50 votes ahead of Todd Gurley and Carson Wentz. And speaking of the Rams running back, Gurley's rebirth under new head coach Sean McVay, earning him the Associated Press Offensive Player of the Year at NFL Honors. Gurley getting 37 of 50 votes, besting Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown. Teammate Aaron Donald capturing Defensive Player of the Year, while McVay was named Coach of the Year. A pair of Saints rookies bringing home some hardware. Alvin Kamara proved to be an electrifying one as he was voted AP Offensive Rookie of the Year at NFL Honors. Kamara becoming just the third player in NFL history to rack up 2,000 scrimmage yards, 10 rushing touchdowns, and 6 receiving TDs. Corner Marshawn Lattimore tabbed as Defensive Rookie of the Year after his 5 interceptions. And, of course, a bright future there for the New Orleans Saints and Sean Payton and company. Well, my work is done here from Los Angeles, but when we come back here on Good Morning Football, we are waiting to hear from Nick Foles and his head coach, Doug Peterson. There are live press conferences coming up on the other side. Stay with us. You are watching Good Morning Football.
Every day, people are fighting type 2 diabetes with fitness, food, and the pill that starts with F. Farxiga, along with diet and exercise, helps lower blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes, lowering A1C by up to 1.2 points.
Do not take if allergic to Farxiga. If you experience symptoms of a serious allergic reaction such as rash, swelling, difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking and seek medical help right away. Do not take Farxiga if you have severe kidney problems, are on dialysis, or have bladder cancer. Tell your doctor right away if you have blood or red color in your urine or pain while you urinate. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast infections in women and men, serious urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, and kidney problems. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have signs of ketoacidosis, which is serious and may lead to death.
Ask your doctor about the pill that starts with F and visit Farxiga.com for savings. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
I'm like a wild tiger, trapped in the man's body, trapped in sheep's clothing. But hey, at least my taxes are free.
Intuit TurboTax.
Staying ahead isn't about waiting for a chance. It's about the one bold choice you make that moves you forward. The one and only Cadillac Escalade. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac Escalade. Get this low mileage lease on this 2018 Cadillac Escalade from around $879 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
Join the club. Sign up your newborn today.
Look! It's the Bud Night. It's the Bud Night. We're saved. Yes.
Dilly dilly!
Time to do what must be done. I did it.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
While other insurance companies just see a car, we see something you've worked really hard for. So why not give it the protection it deserves?
You gotta believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is gonna believe in you.
These major schools, you know, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get. As I look back now, I just realized how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Good Morning Football is back. The Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2018 has finally been revealed. You can hear from the newest members and take an in-depth look at this year's inductees. It's the Gold Jacket class of 2018 presented by Kay Jewelers, and that premieres Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and only right here on NFL Network. I think I speak for the four of us in saying it was an honor to be invited to NFL Honors again this season. We went last year in Houston. I sat next to Shriggs. I feel like this year we were all sort of in different spots, but I know when the Hall of Fame inductees were finally announced, Rich Eisen came out and he hit that stage. I thought about you guys right away, especially when he said that Tio was inducted. He's just one of many. So let's take a look at the list of inductees in the Hall of Fame class of 2018. Ray Lewis came out. He was dancing. He did his dance.
Right.
Yep.
Randy Moss, Brian Dawkins, of course, Brian Urlacher, Bobby Beathard, Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, and then Jerry Kramer, who is 82 years old. After 40 years of waiting, got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Shriggs, you got takes for days on this. What were your takeaways, man? You're Mr. Hall of Fame here in our family.
I spoke with Moss for quite a while last night. I've known Randy for a bit, covered him as a player, and became very good friends with him when he was working at Fox with me. Randy was overwhelmed with joy, and just the way that this thing hit him was so special to me because I know what Randy's been through. I know he wasn't the most easiest player to either cover as a journalist or be in a locker room with at times, but all he ever wanted to do was play football, and he's a first ballot guy. And then last night, we're up in the seats, and Urlacher and Ray Lewis come in to just kind of cut it up. And Nate Burleson here, who went up against these guys for 11 years, took a photo. I saw it with Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis, the best linebackers of their generation, both first ballot guys. What was that like for you?
It was amazing. You know, I tell you guys all the time that as soon as I got done playing, I took the pads off, and I'm a fan again of the sport. So when I saw those guys walking past the suite, I called them in, and they came in. And, of course, Urlacher loves us, and Ray's one of my guys. And I became a kid again. And I said, let me get a flick, man. It's legends. And those guys were absolute legends. I saw Randy before the game. I was on the field. He was in a suite. So I'm yelling. He doesn't know who's saying his name. And then I say 84, because that's what we call him on the field, 84. And he came over, and I just said, man, congratulations. I love you. He said, I love you too. And you could just see the joy in his face and in his eyes. And after so much work that he put in, you know, I said it when we were on the red carpet, Randy has meant so much to my career because so much of my route running and how I approached the game was because of Randy. And Randy wouldn't tell you all the things he did for young guys' careers. He wouldn't tell you about his charitable work. He would do all that stuff privately. And whatever you thought about it, he would let you think that, of course, he wasn't perfect, but who he really is. And, you know, I have to say congratulations and thank you, because even now, to this day, I'm following in my big brother's footsteps. He went off the field and went into TV, and look at me doing the same thing. So, Randy, congratulations. T.O., congrats. Finally, you're in. These guys, the gates of football heaven will open up for them.
Describe your feelings. You were backstage when you found out that T.O. got in.
Relief, truly. The long national nightmare is over. Terrell Owens is in the Hall of Fame, and I've told you guys this before. I want him in because he deserves to be in, but I also wanted him in so that we could shut up about it and concentrate on people like Randy Moss and these other Hall of Famers. And it's also kind of fitting with T.O. because we're there at the show, and a lot of the scuttlebutt is he's announced, and it's the talk is he's not here. He left town. So even as he gets in, there's some sort of controversy. But yet we shouldn't be surprised because he was on our show last week, and we said, you know, T.O., is there any chance you might just be over it? You don't even want to be in? He said, I already am. I'm in my college Hall of Fame. So apparently he went back to California to play a basketball game.
Men's recreational basketball
And he wasn't there. Peter, as I understand it, he was not there for David Baker's knock. He was not there for the hotel room. We were with a couple journalists after the show who said they were in touch with T.O. and said, yes, I'm at a basketball game. It's T.O., you weren't here after all this?
And then I'm told,
it's always something, though.
They offered him
Aren't
a
they
flight
supposed to come back? Yeah.
first thing Sunday morning so we can induct you into the field, and wasn't there. It's truly, truly amazing that he did not stick around Saturday for the
But
Hall
knowing
of
that,
Fame
man,
induction.
aren't you also kind of not surprised? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know that I'm not upset about it.
Not upset about
I don't think I'm upset that he didn't stick around.
No, it's a cool moment in your life, though. Wouldn't you want to experience it?
Yeah, you would want to experience it. But guys,
because if you don't know that it's going to happen, do you really want to put yourself out there to be rejected
and
twice?
that's what it is. I think he was more emotional than he let us off to understand, because he's probably thinking, what if it happens again? What if I'm sitting in that room and I get a phone call and I don't get the knock and they say, T.O., sorry you didn't make it in? Like, that'll hurt, man. I mean, come on. We've been rejected at a bar when we were teenagers trying to hit on a cute girl or a guy. Think about not getting to Hall of Fame when you know you're supposed to be in.
What's going to be amazing is this August, we're going to go to Canton. Hopefully, we're going to be invited again. And the Pro Football Hall of Fame enshrinees are Randy Moss, a guy that we either grew up watching, covering, or playing with. Brian Urlacher, who was completely in our generation of all that. Terrell Owens, Brian Dawkins, maybe the greatest Eagles defender since Reggie White. And then Ray Lewis, probably the best linebacker of his generation and the greatest Raven of all time. Last year's class, amazing. All the classes, amazing. For me, our show, a show of people that maybe are of that generation, these were the icons that we grew up watching, covering, and loving. I cannot wait to see all those guys go into Canton.
Imagine those highlights as we're seeing them get inducted.
If you're in your late 20s or 30s,
right.
these are your guys.
They got it right. They did. I know John Lynch and others are thinking, hey, they didn't get it right. And there's 5 offensive linemen.
Bruce.
5 offensive linemen were in the final 15. Not one of them made the Hall of Fame, which is a very strange deal.
I'll be honest, I was very pleasantly surprised, thrilled even, that Brian Urlacher got in on the first ballot. Not because his career didn't warrant it. To put in 2 middle linebackers of the same era, I knew Ray was getting in, and Ray should have gotten in. I thought maybe Brian would have had to wait, but I love that he got in too.
What do you guys think? Tweet us at #GMFB. We're live in Minneapolis, right outside of U.S. Bank Stadium, celebrating the Eagles' win. Of course, we've the podium awaits Coach Doug Peterson. Maybe the commissioner will pop in and speak as well. Commissioner Roger Goodell will kick things off. And then, of course, I would assume we'd hear from Nick Foles as well.
Look at the glare on the Lombardi.
MVP.
It's just so beautiful.
It
You know
is
what I'm going to be
beautiful.
listening to? I'm going to be listening to, one, the raspiness of their voice, because I'm pretty sure they were screaming, yelling, and
I mean, I
celebrating.
hope so.
They got that
Drinking
basketball
a whole
coach
bunch
voice.
of Gatorade last night. But I really want to listen to Nick Foles because his story is so powerful. And also LeGarrette Blount. You know, I didn't get a chance to say this earlier when we saw them talking with the crew after the game. LeGarrette Blount went through some stuff in college, went through some stuff as a Steeler, for a moment rejected in this league, bounced back, had one hell of a season with the Patriots.
18 rushing
18 touchdowns, and they do it the Patriot way, right? And disregard you. Let's
We
just
don't
keep
need
it
you.
real. We don't need you. We don't want you. We're not going to pay you. And he wins back-to-back Super Bowls and now has 3 Super Bowls. Am I correct?
Yep.
That's an amazing story because oftentimes in the league, in professional sports, a guy makes a mistake in college. Oh, he's a knucklehead. We don't want that criminal in the league. And then they make a mistake in the league and say, you know what? You're done. We're going to kick you out. You'll never play again. He's bounced back. He's matured. And he's a really a life lesson for all these young players.
Would you call him, Nate? You compared him to Robert Ory earlier, Mr. Big Run,
Mr. Big
LeGarrette
Run.
Blount, and he made him again last night.
He's like the X Factor.
Yes.
He gets on a team and he makes them special.
We'll be hearing from Commissioner Roger Goodell. Peter, what are you expecting to hear from him?
It's going to be amazing because Goodell's going to introduce Peterson. He's going to introduce Foles. And here we go right now.
First, let me just say a little something about the people of Minnesota. Thank you for hosting us. You did an extraordinary job, and we're grateful for your hospitality and hope that it was as fun for you as it was for us. So thank you to everybody here in Minnesota for your hard work and support. Second, we had a spectacular game last night. I think that speaks for itself. Great competition, both teams, but obviously the Eagles prevailed in a great fashion and great performances all the way around. So we were thrilled with the entire event last night. And this morning we're here to celebrate the winning coach and, of course, the MVP, the Pete Rozelle Trophy for Nick Foles. What an extraordinary performance of a young man who fought through so much and led his team to a Super Bowl championship. I just was telling Nick, you're the first to throw 3 touchdowns and catch 1, so that's a pretty good combination. So, Nick, come on up and get your MVP trophy. I'll put it up here for you, and then you got the podium right.
Okay, awesome.
Go to questions. We have handheld mics.
Mic on or y'all?
Nick, John Crick, Toronto Sun. I don't think it's a backhanded compliment to say there's a lot of people surprised with your level of play the last 4 weeks, but are you surprised at your level of play, and if so, at what point?
No, it's not a backhanded statement at all. I'm not surprised. I mean, it goes back to everyone wants to point out one individual, and I'm fortunate to be the MVP of this game, but as you've seen this year, we've had so many MVPs throughout the course of this team, different guys stepping up. And, you know, it's just a great honor to be up here to accept this. But on behalf of the Philadelphia Eagles, I mean, I'm fortunate to be a part of a great team, great players, great coaching staff. And I think, you know, just the play the last several weeks was just a team thing. We just kept working, kept game playing. You know, I kept talking to Doug about what I liked, and he, you know, him and all the coaching staff kept building around what we were doing. And then it's a reflection on, you know, the execution on the field and playing for one another, just like we have been all year. And, you know, so in that, it wasn't necessarily me. It was everyone around me that did an amazing job. And, you know, the outcome was, you know, we were successful, and now we're world champions.
Josh Katzenstein, Times Picayune. Nick, Michelle Tafoya said before the game that Drew Brees texted you. I'm just wondering what was his message and how helpful has he been, you know, for you in your football career?
Yeah, I mean, Drew's someone that, you know, we both went to Westlake High School in Austin, Texas. We're 10 years apart, so he's a guy I always looked up to and still do. He just does it the right way. Obviously, he's one of the greatest of all time, but, you know, a lot of the message I'll keep to myself. But the big thing was going to this game, he just reminded me that it's just football. You know, it's going to be, I mean, you know, there's a lot of things going on. You know, there's pregame, longer pregame, a big halftime show. But at the end of the day, when you're out there, the game will settle down and it'll just be football. And he was right. You know, we were able to, you know, you don't really know. I've never played in a Super Bowl. It's the biggest stage there is in this game. It's something you dream about as a kid, so when you're out there, you don't know how your body's going to react, you don't know how your mind's going to react, but, you know, was able to settle down really quickly, and we were able to get the ball moving.
Nick, Kristen Rogers, Fox 29 in Philly. You've talked so much about relying on the support of your wife and your daughter. What was that moment like, seeing them immediately after the confetti fell?
God, these questions always get me emotional. That's what it's about. This journey, you know, getting to see my wife and my daughter. My daughter won't know anything that's going on. She's 7.5 months old, but just to look in her eyes, the whole world slowed down. And just seeing her look at the confetti, to look at my wife's eyes and embrace her and just know that I get to spend the rest of my life with her, and, you know, she's been there. But then, you know, all around us, my teammates, my coaches, their loved ones, you know, that's what it's about. It's about that moment where you can just enjoy it, the love, the joy, everything you do to one another, the support. I mean, I can't say enough, and I know that, you know, Doug's the same way. That's what it's about.
Nick, right here, I'm sorry. Clarence Hill, the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Sam Ellinger, another Westlake quarterback, tweeted a video of you running that same Super Bowl trick play in high school at Westlake. Can you talk about that? Do you remember that, running a similar play like that in high school and your experience doing that?
That was actually Sam running that. I know the clip you're talking about. Sam, you know, University of Texas quarterback, tremendous player. I'm excited for his future, but you know, I did see that clip, and it was very similar to what we did, ironically, and he scored on it as well. He made a great catch, but yeah, I guess it's a Westlake quarterback thing, so that's really cool.
Nick, Jeff.
Oh, hey, what's up,
yeah,
man?
how you
Good to
doing?
see you.
What'd you do last night? Can you walk us through what you did after
after the game.
Yeah.
Played in a game.
Yeah, no. What you did after the bus departed from the stadium?
After the bus departed, we had a celebration party I went to for a little bit, but my family wasn't there. Everyone's pretty tired. My daughter had to go to sleep, so shortly after that, I wanted to go see them. And when I had 20-plus people here, and I was able to get back to our hotel and just sort of spend the time with them, just reflecting, hanging out, eating, and then, you know, that's really it. It's simple. You can't, not much. You know, I'm running on fumes right now, but a lot of adrenaline, a lot of excitement. We have a lot to be thankful for, so really just staying in the moment, enjoying the moment.
Nick,
Ruben.
What's up? Ruben Frank, NBC Sports Philly. What would you like, you've had a unique journey here. What would you like people to kind of take from your journey the last few years and kind of be inspired by?
I think the big thing is don't be afraid to fail. I think, you know, in our society today, you know, Instagram, Twitter, it's a highlight reel. You know, it's all the good things. And then when you look at it, you know, you think like, wow, when you have a rough day or your life's not as good as that, like, you know, you're failing. And I don't think, you know, failure is part of life. That's a part of building character and growing. Like, without failure, who would you be? I wouldn't be up here if I hadn't fallen thousands of times, made mistakes. You know, we all are human. We all have weaknesses. And I think throughout this, just being able to share that and be transparent. I know when I listen to people speak and they share their weaknesses, I'm listening because I can resonate. So I'm not perfect. I'm not Superman. Might be in the NFL and we might have just won the Super Bowl, but hey, we still have daily struggles. I still have daily struggles. So, but that's where my faith comes in. That's where my family comes in. And, you know, I think when you look at a struggle in your life, just know that, you know, that's just an opportunity for your character to grow. And that's really just been the message. Simple. Like, if something's going on in your life and you're struggling, embrace it because you're growing.
Nick, Jamie Pody, 6 ABC Philly. We were lucky enough to be on the field when you shared a really emotional moment with your dad when you embraced him for the first time, and I just wanted to know what was going through your head during that moment.
Yeah. You know, my dad's always been one of my heroes. Him and my mom, but just to, you know, embrace him. You know, he didn't have an easy life growing up. And for him and my mom to give me an opportunity to play this game, to provide for us as kids, to watch him just through adversity throughout his entire life overcome it. You know, he didn't even graduate high school. And, you know, he's been very successful in his career path. And I got to watch it. I got to watch him as a young kid come home at, I don't know, midnight, smelling like a kitchen because he was working in the kitchen, you know, trying to get, I mean, the restaurant business isn't easy. Trying to get it up. You know, he lost everything. And just to watch him as a kid just continue to give me an opportunity to play and never really realize it till I got older how much he worked, how much him and my mom sacrificed for me and my two younger sisters. So to share that embrace, all those emotions, you know, that's something you cherish forever. And so happy that, you know, I know his emotions are crazy because he lives or dies every play I play. Probably more than I do. I was pretty relaxed. I know he was probably a little stressed, but it was a really special moment.
Hey, Nick. Obviously, I think a month ago, a lot of people looked at you and just thought you'd settled into being a backup in the NFL. Have you thought at all about how the last month and a half has changed your life and changed where your career could be going from here?
No, I haven't. I'm not really worried about my future right now. You know, I'm grateful to be a part of the Philadelphia Eagles. Said when I signed with the Eagles, you know, I'm grateful and content in this moment. I'm staying in the moment. I'm not worried about my future right now. There'll be a time and a place to handle all that. But I take a lot of pride in wearing the Philadelphia Eagles jersey, and I just enjoy being here. It's such a great team. I'm excited for Carson Wentz coming back healthy. I get to work with him every day. Dude's a stud. And, you know, I'm just living in the moment, not thinking ahead.
Last question right here. Chris Thomas from St. Paul Pioneer Press. Can you just talk about how valuable your quarterback's coach, John DeFilippo, was just in getting you ready late in the season after Wentz went down and then during the bye week, you know, before the playoffs and just throughout the process?
Yeah, Coach Flip, I mean, does a great job. Our whole entire coaching staff, I mean, they work together. You know, Coach Peterson, Coach Wright, Coach Flip. You know, we have such an amazing staff of ton of ex-quarterbacks that have been there, played the game. But, you know, Coach Flip, you know, he works, he's a grinder, you know, barely sleeps, just, you know, fundamentals, giving us the game plan, giving us all our checks, extremely detailed. You know, I'm grateful for him. You know, he's done an amazing job this year. It's not easy when your franchise quarterback goes down, and, you know, but, you know, the great thing about our team and our coaching staff is they work so well together. And, you know, they do it all together. I mean, we sit there, we talk, great communication. So we're very fortunate players to have such a great coaching staff.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Nick Foles there, taking a look at our championship bird. Nick Foles in his Super Bowl performance as an MVP. Near perfect on third down. That definitely stuck out to us and Nate. I know you pointed that out earlier in the show. 373 yards, 3 touchdowns. Commissioner Roger Goodell telling him he's the only quarterback ever to throw 3 and catch 1. Amazing.
I'm overwhelmed with emotion, Kay. I know you are too. Foles was just incredible just now. And his message is, without failure, who would you be? In a world of Instagram and Twitter where everyone's best moments are amplified, and we put on Facebook, look at my life, it's amazing. He says,
all the highlights. He said it's always the highlights.
It's always the highlights. He goes,
Never the
everyone
bad
fails.
stuff.
It's okay to fail. It's encouraged to fail. I'm overwhelmed with this guy's humility. I'm overwhelmed with his dedication to faith, and I'm overwhelmed with his leadership. Nick Foles could be the face of the NFL. He was under our nose the entire time. We didn't even know it.
You know, I feel like in the last 5 minutes I learned something about Nick Foles. I feel like I know a little bit about him and his background. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Followed up by the Super Bowl winning head coach, Doug Peterson, at the podium live now.
You want it, it's yours. No, we got that one.
Yeah, thanks.
I appreciate
Go
it.
get. Good morning. No questions. I like it.
Hey, Doug. You had a little bit of time to reflect.
Not much.
Not much. You guys did this without superstars, without Hall of Famers. Does that make it special? And do you think that's one of the reasons this team bonded so well, because there were no superstars?
I do. I think this team is full of great character men. You know, it wasn't about one individual, as I kept saying to the team, you know, this entire season, particularly these last couple of months. And I just, The leadership of the locker room. Part of the messaging this season was putting it back on the players. The players own it. The players own their jobs, own their responsibilities, and not having selfish coaches and selfish players gives you a chance to win this game.
Doug, you mentioned previously how after the regular season you went back and looked at Nick Foles' film, what he did well, what made him comfortable. Looking back now, how crucial was that week or 2 week period to get him ready for the postseason?
Well, it was definitely valuable experience to go back and just kind of watch Nick and understand what clicked with him and what made him successful a couple years ago. And change is good. We didn't have to tweak a lot of the offense, but at the same time wanted to make sure we had plays and ideas and concepts in the game plan that he was comfortable in executing and running and so it was had a lot of conversation with Nick during that period and then it was just a matter of him spending time with the guys. It was going to take time. It was going to take repetition in practice. He missed a lot of training camp, obviously, with the guys. And then, of course, when Carson's playing, he misses the regular season reps. So we knew in the building that we were going to be okay with him. We just needed time.
Doug, was there a moment after all the excitement and the celebrations when you kind of sat down and let it sink in? And what were your thoughts when you finally realized what you had accomplished?
Well, it really hasn't sunk in completely yet. I can remember back even as a player winning this game and what it felt like, what it meant. But I think it's just a little more special waking up today, knowing that you've accomplished something that you set out way back in April. And really when I was hired 2 years ago, when Mr. Lurie hired me in Philadelphia, that this is the game that we wanted to eventually be in and play in and win. And I know it's going to take some time, but it's kind of surreal right now. These next few days are going to be a little crazy. We got a lot to do still, but just excited for the guys, and we'll remember this the rest of our lives.
Doug, Nick was asked if he looked at himself any differently after going through this process the last month or so. And you've been around him a long time. You're here, your first time here, you're with him, and you've been with him since spring here every day. Do you look at him any differently? Because as much as you might think you know a guy, when you get on this size stage and he still performs through, do you look at him any differently, or are you going to reflect on him differently as time goes by?
Nick has been the same guy that I can remember going back when we drafted him. He doesn't change. He does not change. The things he did, back then when we had him in Philadelphia to today, he's just a better quarterback today. He's a smarter quarterback today. He's a veteran quarterback today. But Nick is Nick. Nick is who he is. I mean, you just saw up here how genuine he is, and I have a lot of guys in that roster that are just like Nick and very unselfish and call them role players, call them whatever you want, call them backups. These guys helped us win this game, win this championship, and my hat's off to Nick for what he's gone through, for what he's had to ordeal and sort of block out this past probably 2 months, and excited for him and his family, and well deserving.
Hey, Doug, can you take us through what you did after we last saw you last night? And at any point, did you get to have a moment with Carson, and what was that like?
Well, I had a chance to talk to Carson actually on the field, on the podium last night after the game, and just told him to take this in, just enjoy this moment. He's a great quarterback, and he's a big reason. I told him, I says, you're a big part of why this team won this championship and won this game. And I told him that hopefully we'll be back in this game, with him leading the way. And then just after that, it was just about spending time with our families, with my boys, having my boys down on the field with me, my wife on the field, my mom was here, and brothers and sister, and just reflecting about the game, and then spending time at the party with the teammates and the players and coaches, and Just a crazy whirlwind of a night.
Hey, Doug, I know you're so quick to praise all your players, but as a coach, when you have this many key players go down throughout the season, all this adversity, how trying is it as a coach?
It's tough. It's tough. It's something that you spend a lot of time thinking about how you want to talk to the team, how you want to present your messaging to the team. How is the team going to buy into losing as many starters as we did this season? And really, again, it was part of just entrusting the players a little bit. Great leadership, with some of the veteran players, and just allowing them to sort of embrace it and next man up mentality, and just as coaches, hats off to my coaching staff for preparing our guys, getting our guys ready each week, and it didn't matter who was in there. We were going to coach them up and get them ready to play.
Hey, Doug, you mentioned last night you knew you had to have a touchdown on that last drive where Ertz got into the end zone. How frustrating was it, and did you and Jim Schwartz have a lot of spirited discussions about the fact that the Patriots scored a touchdown every time they had the ball in the second half until the final 2 minutes?
Well, it wasn't frustrating when we scored the touchdown, I mean, we knew, and I knew that we were going to have to score. We were going to have to score, and a field goal wasn't going to do us any good, obviously. And listen, it's part of the ebb and flow of a game. It's going to happen that way. You're going to be in a game where either the offense is struggling, defense is struggling, maybe special teams is struggling, and you just keep fighting. You just keep throwing punches, and you battle to the end. It's always a 60-minute game with the Patriots, and that's how I challenged the team before the game at halftime, that we got to continue to play, and that last couple minutes of that game, challenging the defense, that everything you got, and we got the strip sack, the fumble, and then obviously the last play. So hats off to everybody. It was a great team effort.
Doug, obviously our fathers are such an influence in our lives. Nick mentioned that. When you came to the Eagles, during that period of time, you lost your dad. How much did you think about your dad after the game and what it would have meant to him?
Yeah, I did think about him, having my mom here, and he'd be so excited. I remember just all the sort of the brow beatings I took from him, through athletics and life lessons that sports can teach us, and the good and the bad. And I know I know he is smiling and looking down on us, and looking down on me, and very happy and very proud, obviously. And I miss him, but this would have been a special moment to have him here.
Last question.
Hi, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you haven't had much an opportunity to think about this at this point, but is Carson Wentz still your starting quarterback? Will you have an open competition in training camp? Can a Super Bowl MVP go back to being a backup?
I knew I couldn't get off this stage without that question. You know what? We're just going to enjoy this moment. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to enjoy it. We're going to get on this plane, go back to Philadelphia. We're going to celebrate with our fans back in Philly. We got a long off season. Well, really a short off season now. We're just going to enjoy this moment. I'm happy for Nick. I'm happy for the team. It's not about one guy. It's about the team. And like I said, we're going to enjoy these next few days. And I do want to say again, thank you to Minneapolis, to the host city. We had a great time here. Our fans, our players, our coaches. Just hats off to everybody. A lot of hard work, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Coach Doug Peterson saying a lot of things there, saying it's a special moment that they want to enjoy, making a joke, of course, about the future quarterback situation, talking about his dad and the moment and lasting memories they're going to have there. And if you look at the underdog storyline, you look at that dog mask, a lot of guys can fit that on the Eagles, but nobody better than Doug Peterson, being a second-year coach, going to the playoffs for the first time and going and beating and out-coaching and out-dueling Bill Belichick on the other side all the way through, all 4 quarters.
His story is incredible, okay? He was a high school coach. He was out of this thing. He didn't call plays under Andy Reid. He was hired. When he was hired by the Philadelphia Eagles, they did a poll. Let's rank the top 7 hires of the 2016 year. He was 7th out of 7. This year, there was a poll before the season started. He was ranked 32nd of 32. And guess what? He went 13-3 without Carson Wentz. He didn't win Coach of the Year. Sean McVay won Coach of the Year. After the game, a lot of those players, Zach Ertz included, said it's a travesty that he didn't win that award.
And they said it wasn't lost on us that he didn't win it last night. You know, it's funny because one of the questions he was asked was about the guys that he played with. He said, you guys don't have Hall of Famers. You guys don't have superstars. And he said, well, you can say whatever you want. You can call them, you know, non-superstars. You can call them backups. And I wish he would have followed up that sentence by saying, but you have to call them champs. Because that's how you have to respect these guys from now on. It did really crystallize when that reporter asked that question about you did this without superstars. Because look at Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson was not the cool quarterback during his career. He was not the cool hire when he got the job. He did not win the room at all. It raised a lot of eyebrows. We talk about players taking on the role of their head coach. We see it all the time. We start with New Orleans Saints and Sean Payton. I think the Eagles did it with this guy. And, Kay, we talk all the time about I would rather us do really bold and finish last than play it mild and finish the middle of the pack.
That's Doug Peterson. Do bold, do what you do at all.
That was Doug Peterson. He told Peter King, he said, listen, you can coach conservatively. It's a great way to finish 8-8 or 9-7. I'm not here to do that. And against the Patriots and the greatest and the Mount Rushmore of coaches and quarterbacks, he was wild, and it worked.
The Eagles.
And I know we're going to get to these highlights, but you have to respect the fact that they didn't get lost in the chess game with the Patriots. Oftentimes, some of these coaches look across that sideline, and they see Bill Belichick, and they start playing mind games with themselves. You look at the Jags. I mean, they had the game and lost it. It's happened time and time again. But what you just said, they did it their way. They did it for 4 quarters. Fly, Eagles, fly. Oh, man. Let's do some highlights. What's better than Super Bowl highlights, truly? Let's do it. Why don't we go behind us? We're sitting right in front of the stadium, U.S. Bank, that is. This is how it all went down. Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, you know, and Malcolm Butler, who did not play a single snap. The guy who was on the field more than any Patriots defender all season was benched. We still don't know why.
To Nate's point, if I'm the Eagles, I'm like, what are they trying to do here? What is this chess game they're trying to play?
Yeah, sure. Well, that's how it works for the Patriots because I think their best cover corner out there. What was said by an anonymous source? Anonymous source said that it happened shortly before the game, that one of the Eagles' offensive assistants said, Malcolm Butler's not out there? This is crazy. They went Eric Rowe. We know Eric Rowe. We had him. Let's go after him. And you just saw Alshon scored the touchdown. Philly's up 9-3. And then Brady started going. Now, this was crazy. Brandon Cooks downfield, bam, takes a huge hit from the blind side from Malcolm Jenkins. You see Robert Kraft pointing to his head. Sure enough, there was head-to-head contact. You know, we've seen this before. Guys, we would not see Brandon Cooks for the rest of the game. The most dynamic playmaker with Gronk and the Patriots offense was out, and that was massive. But what do? Now you're trying to make some chicken salad with Danny Amendola to Brady. This ball went in the air. The whole crowd, Eagles fan alike, started screaming, Brady! Oh, and he dropped it. Brady said afterwards, I caught it in practice. I need to make that play. Danny threw a great ball, and he's right across the board. 15-12, Eagles knocking on the door again. What do they got? 4th and goal. 4th and goal. We talk about do boldly what you do it all. They decided to dial up a double reverse pass to the quarterback, Philly special, and it was a thing of beauty. A perfect play. The conservative thing would be like, let's line up, let's get Foles under center and give it to LeGarrette Blount. Instead, Nate, what do? The fact that he's over by the tackle. It's absolutely outrageous, and the most outrageous part is how well it worked. Guys, how did it work? Lay this out.
You know, that play we've been working on for the last couple of weeks and just needed the right time, right opportunity, and guys executed it brilliantly.
And Doug and I were talking. I was like, let's just run it. It was a good time. And the end was a little wider than I thought, so I was like, I really need to sell like I'm not doing anything. And it worked. Trey made an amazing throw right on the money. I just looked it in.
So they're up 22-12 at half. Timberlake was fantastic. I love that trick microphone thing that he had. He was doing all these tricks with almost
all about trick plays last night, Kyle.
So cool. You know what? There were a lot of tricks. Timberlake was incredible. No, but Philly up 22-12. Gronkowski, this was the Gronk drive. If they had won this game, this is how this would be referred to because he had over 60 yards receiving on the drive and then the touchdown and the spike. Gronk flexed real hard there, but the Eagles just didn't care. They kept bouncing back. You got Gronk. We got Corey Clements. Do something about it. You can't. One of Foles' best throws in the game where he had about 20 that were beautiful. Any other place that's deflected up in the air, it's incomplete.
Brady played an unbelievable game, but Foles was a better thrower yesterday. He was a better thrower.
And Brady had 500 yards passing. Foles might have been more accurate. He was that good.
Yep.
He was that good. When Nick Foles' hand gets hot, this is like a Steph Curry type deal.
You're right.
He can't miss. Brady, though, is Brady. Chris Hogan over the middle. It's just huge because they were down 10 at this point. Every time you start to feel the Eagles could pull it away, Brady did that. And here we go, the money quarter, fourth quarter. 32-26 Philly, and the Pats take the lead.
That was a dime.
They take the lead. There's a crazy feeling in the crowd about maybe we let this thing get away. Nate, pretty accurate throw there.
It was a drop in the bucket. Gronk, big body, big frame. Tony Gonzalez said he's like Shaq, and he went Shaq than a fool on him.
Gronk 9 for 116 with 2 touchdowns. Love Shaq than a fool. 3rd and 1 here. We go to Torrey Smith, who cannot convert it. So we go to 4th and 1. And what do? Again, Doug Peterson says, put my guy in the shotgun. Let's throw it. I want to ride the hot hand.
Shotgun on 4th and 1?
Shotgun on 4th and 1 with LeGarrette Blount on your team. Doesn't
Blount
matter.
or Jai, they're throwing the ball.
No, and we're throwing, and everything is working. Nate, you brought up the 3rd down stats.
But he almost got hit on this play, and he's retreating in the pocket, delivers a beautiful ball.
Pat's still up 1, 3 and change to play. We go over the middle. Again, a perfect throw right in between the defenders. It was fish in a barrel for him, especially in the second half. And here is your game-winning touchdown. Spoiler alert, Zach Ertz. With everything in this game, there was some sort of mystery, even controversy. He put a crazy move on Devin McCourty, then reached for the end zone. The ball popped up, and in this era, you never know what kind of ball pop-up is going to lead into a call of return. They reviewed it. Gene Sarator take it away. The touchdown stands. Schrager, were you nervous?
It was also the strategy of, do you even want to score so soon? Because then you give Brady this opportunity. But then again, Brandon Graham makes the play of the year.
Brandon Graham makes the biggest play of the game, the biggest play of the season. It was a strip sack. Brady was sitting on the ground. He looked shell-shocked. I think he knew right then, we're not going to win this game. I genuinely do. He never gives up believing, but if you know the game like he does, that was massive.
This was the only sack of the entire football game.
Nick Foles not sacked Brady once. Jeffrey Lurie says, we got to finish this thing. Everybody relax, because this is the greatest of all time. Here is the last play. Can Tom Brady win his 6th ring on a Hail Mary? It's about the only thing he hasn't done. Rob Gronkowski, get up. A deflection. Down. Game over. Ball hits ground. Eagles go to the championship. They're there at the championship. They win it. Nick Foles, hands on his head, disbelief. Up until that ball hit the ground, you still thought Brady might have the magic to pull it out, but it was not to be. Threw the confetti the wrong kind of way. Nick Foles, how about that image for the 2017 football season? Nick Foles holding up the Lombardi trophy that he earned with 373 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown. Eagles 41, Pats 33. Incredible, Kay.
His message saying, don't be afraid to fail. We just heard from the MVP quarterback at the podium here in Minneapolis. Kind of looks like he got some sleep. He said he put his daughter to bed, he saw his wife, hung out a little bit at the party, and dipped out. We also heard from Coach Doug Peterson. We heard from the Commissioner, Roger Goodell. We are so excited and honored to still be here in Minneapolis, just outside U.S. Bank Stadium, sort of celebrating this. I got to ask you guys, what is your one lasting memory you're going to take out of here when we go back to New York?
My one lasting memory is Nick Foles holding up that trophy. It's the most powerful image of the season. You know, you go back to before the season starts, and if I ask you, hey give me 32 possibilities of what's going to happen in the Super Bowl.
Give me 64 possibilities.
You wouldn't say that, but that's what's great about this league. It's stuff that you couldn't script in a movie. Carson Wentz going down after stealing our heart all season, being the front runner for the MVP, and then everybody basically writing this team off, including fans that we walk with and talk with after the game, saying when Wentz went down, we were done. Yeah. And Foles came in and said, no, we're not done. We're not finished. And him talking, you said he mentioned that, you know, the weaknesses that I have and the mistakes I've made, the flaws that I have, helped me get to where I am. And that got me thinking about this team. LeGarrette Blount, they said he was flawed. Jay said he was flawed. That's why he got shipped out of Miami. Foles, in between the 27-2 and where he is now, they say he's a flawed quarterback.
Chris Long.
You're nothing but backup. Chris Long, flawed. Nelson Aguilar, last year, flawed, dropping balls. Alshon Jeffrey was shipped out of Chicago after Brandon Marshall was shipped out of Chicago. Yep. You're flawed. You're not a number 1 wide receiver. This whole offense, the defense, the coaching staff, these are all flawed individuals, just like we all are in life. And these guys rose up in the one moment that you're supposed to. Congratulations.
To me, it's Brandon Graham because I went
Sure.
into this loving him because you tried ripping apart Peter Schrager, not because you actually did so.
Oh, we loved it.
Had a bit of a misunderstanding, and I'm saying you're giving him too much time with the ball, and the Eagles didn't show me anything for three and a half quarters defensively
58 minutes.
that they were going to be able to stop him. They just didn't. They didn't have a sack. It wasn't that the waves of the pass rush that we thought we were going to get. He knew, speaking of needing to make a play, he needed to make a play. He
You're right.
got it. He was perfectly appreciative and emotional after the game and talking to Michelle Tafoya. My big takeaway was that moment when that happened. I was like, I cannot believe that he rose to the occasion. Love it.
My lasting image, okay, that's beautifully said. My lasting image was confetti comes down, and I'm walking out of the stadium, and there's a skyway throughout Minneapolis where you walk to each of the hotels. It was too cold to be outside. There's no way to get a car. So we're walking amongst thousands of Eagles fans who have, since 1960, not experienced the joy of winning. They have been to 6 NFC championship games and have come up short. They have been to 2 Super Bowls and have come up short. And here we are, and it's father, it's son, it's grandmother, it's granddaughter. It is generations of Eagles fans crying, singing Fly Eagles Fly. So many fan bases out there. The Browns fan, right? The Lions fan.
Right.
You think at some point, where's the win here? Why do I do this?
The Bills
Why
fan.
do I show up? The Bills fan. Why do I come?
This is why.
Why do I buy tickets? Why do I watch why do I block out my schedule? It's for that hour and a half walk that I had from the stadium to the hotel amongst generations of fans who just felt an enormous burden lifted off their shoulders. Kyle, you said it earlier this week. Sports history in Philadelphia, you could talk about Mike Schmidt. You can talk about Moses Malone and Dr. J. It is now the 2017-2018 Philadelphia Eagles. They will forever be the kings of Philly sports. And those fans, I just feel for them.
You know, Joe Carter, you don't remember that as easily anymore, do you? I think this morning, for a long time, my biggest takeaway from the game will be the Eagles. I think 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I'm going to wonder what the hell happened to the Patriots in this game. Because truly, let's look at this across the board. They weren't the Patriots. We had a very bizarre thing with Malcolm Butler not playing, which we're still trying to learn about.
They didn't even approach this week as the Patriots, I feel like.
You're right. I agree. And then you get to the game. They had a very strange thing where they dropped the snap on a field goal. They don't do that. They missed a PAT. And I think most of all, you look at all these Patriots Super Bowls, there's always that one big defensive play. You go back to Ty Law. You go Dante Hightower, Malcolm Butler. They needed one defensive play in this game, and they didn't get it. Brandon Graham made the Patriots play, and he made it for the Eagles. That wasn't the Pats yesterday, and I think we're going to be thinking about this one for a long time.
We'll see what's ahead. Of course, lots of questions. What do you do with a Nick Foles? But Carson Wentz will be back, of course. And then what's going on with Brady, Gronkowski, all of that. We will have all of the sound from after the game. And coming up, the Patriots might be legendary in the fourth quarter, but the Eagles gave them a run for their money when it mattered most. Plus, the man of the month, it's Brandon Graham. Might have the most important play of the night. We just talked about it. We will break it down further after this on Good Morning Football.
Welcome to Burger King. Try the 2 for $6 mix or match deal, now including the crispy chicken.
This is weird.
Yeah.
You guys practice this?
Nah.
That's 2 Whopper sandwiches, 2 crispy chicken sandwiches, or mix one of each for just $6. All.
After 19 years of pro ball, I know pain, but Icy Hot lets me power past it.
Icy Hot No Mess Roll-On. Powerful relief for shoulders, backs, even arthritis. Icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away with no mess.
Icy Hot. Power past pain.
Stressful days can lead to sleepless nights, making you feel helpless. Take control of your sleep with Unisom Sleep Tabs. You fall asleep 33% faster and wake up recharged. With all the benefits of a good night's rest, take control of your sleep with Unisom.
We can't guarantee that you'll be able to contain yourself at our breakfast bar.
Or an egg white omelet.
Sup, Lady Bacon?
Fruit?
But we can guarantee that you'll get the best price when you book with us.
Holiday Inn Express. Be the readiest.
Yeah, yeah.
It's when worth
Alright. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Call now.
Valentine's Day, huh? You're probably planning to think outside the box. My advice? Don't. This Valentine's Day, think inside the box. Make a big impression this Valentine's Day. Introducing the perfectly paired collection from Pro Flowers and Sherry's Berries.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
All right, welcome back to Good Morning Football. We'll solve it inside the NFL Network newsroom. Well, on top of winning Super Bowl 52, Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham and his family had something else to celebrate on Sunday. It was his daughter Emerson's second birthday. It's also his wife's birthday today as well. Quite a weekend for the Graham family, by the way. Happy birthday to the both of you. And oh yeah, Brandon making a game-changing play with the Eagles up 5 with just over 2 minutes to play, and Tom Brady looking for another game-winning drive. But Graham forcing the fumble that was recovered by Derek Barnett, and the rest, as they say, is history. Graham spoke about the game-changing play.
We knew it was going to be about matchups, and I knew the way the center was pointing that I had the one-on-one. All game I've been bullying them, and, you know, I switched it up. I act like I was going to bull them and snatch them, and Tom Brady's arm would just happen to be there, and I just swiped, and I didn't even realize I got it till I seen Derek Barnett pick it up. And, you know, I just knew we had less than 2 minutes to go, and I was just so thankful to be able to make that play to get us off the field and change the game.
All right, very cool image there. Meanwhile, Super Bowl 49 hero Malcolm Butler left as a spectator in this one. Just before kickoff, he was replaced in the starting lineup by Eric Rowe. Butler saw some time on special teams, but after the game, he said, quote, "They gave up on me," end quote. Teammate Devin McCourty gave his thoughts on Butler.
I mean, the guys played a lot of football, so to not be out there, I'm sure it crushed them. You know, we all want to be out there. We all want to play. So I know Mal, he's super competitive. He wants to be out there. So, you know, I'm not surprised he was emotional.
Butler, by the way, is an unrestricted free agent. Well, that'll do it for me here in Los Angeles. When Good Morning Football returns, we'll have much more from the game in Minneapolis with more post-Super Bowl coverage. That's coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Nice truck, Shaq.
Hey, thanks for coming by. I want to talk to you about my friend. He let his car insurance lapse.
Not a problem. We'll give him credit for any prior coverage he had in the last 5 years.
I like your style.
Just making auto insurance easier.
Let's take a ride.
Got an elevator?
Use the stairs.
Get your anonymous online quote with low payments now. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Staying ahead isn't about waiting for a chance. It's about the one bold choice you make that moves you forward. The one and only Cadillac Escalade. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac Escalade. Get this low mileage lease in this 2018 Cadillac Escalade from around $879 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
Each year, Sarah climbs 58,070 steps. That's the height of Mount Everest. Because each day she chooses to take the stairs, at work, at home, even on the escalator. That can be hard on her lower body. So now she does it with Dr. Scholl's orthotics, clinically proven to relieve and prevent foot, knee, or lower back pain by reducing the shock and stress that travel up her body with every step she takes. So keep on climbing, Sarah. You're killing it. Dr. Scholl's, born to move.
Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Stop, I can't do this. I thought if I dressed up like Reba, it would help sell my Smoky Mountain Barbecue. Try it in the tenders basket for just $4.99.
Applebee's handcrafted burgers. Any burger, just $7.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, you know, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get.
As I look back now, I just realize how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Football, baby, the whole world is watching all night long, man. 1, 2, 3.
Coach, what's going on? I'm up here in the press box where I'm usually not.
Ain't no better place to be. Right here, right now. NFL football, right here on NFL Network.
Around the clock, we make your morning.
The best hour of your life. We're going there.
Your Thursday nights.
The offenses arrive tonight.
That's how we roll here on Thursday Night Football.
We are all day, every day.
We start with the developing story.
We are the NFL's future.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. He's got Pro Bowl potential.
Present.
It's time to go, baby.
And past. Any guy that touched the ball could score.
Don't know what that feeling's like to walk off the field Super Bowl champion.
We are where the season never ends.
That is what I'm talking about.
We are football.
The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions. Eagles fans everywhere, this is for you. Let the celebration begin.
If this is a dream, don't wake me up.
What a game it was. Early in the show, I broke down the trick play offensively for the Eagles, that Foles catch on the double reverse. But right now, I got to talk about Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham. He had one of the biggest plays of the game last night. Let's break it down. Time for our Super Bowl spotlight presented by Mazda. Here we are, Brandon Graham needing to get to the quarterback. Him and Fletcher Cox, they're lined up over the offensive lineman on the interior. Fletcher Cox, he gets double teamed. Brandon, he gets the single coverage, and he said that he decided to act as if he was going to bull rush, pull, and then rip through at the end, and then he gets his left hand on that ball of Tom Brady. He only had 1 sack in this game, and this was the one that counted. At this moment, you realize this could be the Eagles' game to win. We saw Tom Brady collapse on the ground, and Brandon Graham jumping for joy and crying in tears. Absolutely stunning end of the game.
Underappreciated storyline of this whole Super Bowl is the offensive line on both sides.
Awesome.
One that wasn't, not a lot of superstars on the Patriots side of things. He only got sacked that one time, and Nick Foles was clean. The pocket was clean the entire day.
Yeah, it was, and the pocket was clean for Tom Brady for most of the part. But even though there was some plays, though, that we noticed Nick Foles, the pocket would collapse just a little bit, and he never panicked. Not once. Just moved his feet and always kept his chin up, looking for his wide receivers.
Amazing. I think the one consensus opinion we had, everyone in the media had, was it's going to come down to that Eagles D-line hitting Tom Brady. They're going to hit him. They're going to rush him all day. And, Kate, to your point, the Patriots' offensive line was fantastic. Truly, all the Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham made the one play, but we were all wrong on that because we thought the Eagles were going to dominate, and if they didn't have a shot. Without the Eagles D-line destroying Tom Brady, they didn't have a shot. We were all wrong.
It's funny, before the game, we're walking around, and I see M. Night Shyamalan, the director of Sixth Sense.
Signs.
Unbreakable. And I say to him, and almost like a joking thing, I said, this could be a movie here. And he looks at me and goes, could be some interesting ending, huh? And it's the guy who made the Sixth Sense. And here we are. And this guy, I mean, he's doing M. Night Shyamalan self-puns about his own stuff.
Gotta do it.
We do have some video
Yeah,
here.
what is this video?
I don't know yet.
Let's take a look. You guys...
going nuts in that suite.
Because we didn't believe it was really going to happen until it happened.
It's a weird thing that came. I'm not being like mystical or anything, but I didn't film a single play in that game.
I was gonna ask you.
And all of a sudden, I was like, all right, this could be the biggest moment in the game.
Something's going to happen.
And I said it, and it's a video that I will save on my phone, and I will revisit 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. It's the ultimate angle, and then you see the reaction.
Right.
And I love that, Kyle, we got you
Peter,
on
look at
film,
this.
'cause you get
Bruce
the fan
Willis was dead
reaction.
the whole time. What? I don't believe it. Haley Joel can see him.
He was a ghost?
It was the same reaction pretty much, apropos.
You mentioned earlier on the show that you actually got to sit down with some of the executives on the Eagles earlier in the week.
Yeah, and there was no
What
doubt.
was their vibe? They were just confident through
These
and through?
guys all week, it was almost like they had this air of like they knew something that the rest of the world didn't, and it was already written. The Eagles guys, from the general manager on down, you know, Joe Douglas, all these guys that we talked to before the game, these are the top guys in the organization. They were so confident, and they were so even, and there was no disrespect to the Patriots, but these Eagles executives said, if you have been with our team all year long, whether it be the fact that Jordan Hicks and Carson Wentz and Jason Peters are in the workout room working out at a high level on the IR, they had such confidence. Kyle, you know it too, man.
How was the dinner? Nice dessert and everything? How did it go?
Tell the story.
What are you talking about?
I got nothing.
Peter?
We were at a restaurant. We will not name the restaurant.
It's like, no, don't need to name the restaurant. A Minnesota restaurant, right?
The Eagles front office. These guys, it's Super Bowl week. And they finished the meal. It was early dinner. It was a 5:45 dinner. And this is the front office of the Super Bowl team.
Executive of the year.
And the executive of the year. And if you want to talk about disrespect, you want to talk about underdogs.
What?
They said, you guys have to get going. There's another table waiting. And they said, can we at least order dessert? They said,
no.
Sorry, we've got a really busy house tonight. This is the front office.
And this taps into everything the Eagles have gone through this year. No one believes in us. Even here in Super Bowl week, we can't. Who's coming in for the table right now? Are the Obamas coming in? Who is this? We have to give up this
And
table.
you know what the best
we can't
part
get
is?
dessert.
They loved it. They were like, that is so us. That is so
Perfect.
us that we would be told that
We'll
we
get
have
some
to get out of
peppermints
here.
on the way out the door. That's all we need. We all we got. We all we need.
Do you think the Patriots, just the way they were sort of, I'm not going to say cavalier, but they definitely approached the Super
Did
Bowl
it feel
differently.
different? You've covered the Patriots in Super Bowl weeks.
They were talkative. They were laughing. You had Bill Belichick answering questions. You had Tom Brady talking about pop culture. I didn't know anything. That's not the usual vibe you get out of New England. Did they underestimate the Eagles as well with Nick Foles?
I think there was a healthy respect for what the Eagles presented. They approached it like professionals. But I will say this, though. There was a moment where the teams were intro, and we were sitting up there in the suite. And when Philly came out,
It was awesome.
It was different. It was a lot different. They were listening to Meek Mill, and Dreams and Nightmares, but it was different than the Pats. The Pats came out and it was like, oh, there they go. There goes them guys. There goes the dynasty. But when the Eagles came out, they just looked like they were just a tad bit more, hungry. Like they played
Couldn't you
a
tell
little
that?
more aggressive.
All 4 quarters, I feel like they were
Flying
tougher.
around, talking a little trash. They wanted to hit these guys in the mouth from the jump and show the Patriots, like, we're here for real.
We were all at the stadium. Would you say, what, 80-20 was the percentage of Eagles to Patriots fans?
The Pats were booed the entire pregame.
I mean, it felt like the Patriots fan didn't make – it just didn't feel like their presence was there, although there were several, and they're always great fans.
Right.
Sure. The Eagles fans came in such droves that it felt like it was a little bit of a home game for the Eagles.
Visuals and audios during the game.
They're doing the Rocky montage
They did
on the
a Rocky
board.
reel that they cut up with the Eagles music and everything, and it was like it might as well have been at the link, and it really felt that way up until the last second when we all lost our minds.
Shout out to Scott Hansen, who crushed it as the in-game
in-studio announcer, in-stadium announcer
Willie
was
McGinnis
fantastic.
on one side, he was hanging out with him. Brian Westbrook made an appearance to
So
appease
good.
and include all fans. Great job. I was so impressed seeing him up there
Scott was awesome.
running the show. All right, coming up right here on Good Morning Football this morning, the Eagles bring home their first ever Super Bowl win in a game against the GOAT. So what comes to mind when I say Nick Foles MVP? Let's do some word association after this on GMFB.
Energy is changing fast, and we're changing with it. Building a smarter grid, investing in new technologies, that's AEP's road to the future. And the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers help make that happen. The IBEW's outstanding union professionals have the skills and training to get the job done right. That's good for our customers and for our bottom line. IBEW members are our power professionals. They should be yours as well.
Army Reserve soldiers use their skills to make the Army even more capable.
and gain the tools to make themselves even more successful. Learn how at GoArmyReserve.com.
I am the new Honey Hot Glazed Chicken Strip Basket only at DQ. I make sports bar wings want to go cry to their celery sticks. I am sauced and tossed with a sweet heat that'll make your mouth want to kiss you on the lips. Because I'm not fast food. I am fan food.
You're Drew Brees. I'm sorry to bother you, but my car broke down, and I'd really appreciate a ride to the stadium.
Yes! But no, I have to stay here and wait for a package.
I thought anybody who rooted for me would have FedEx Delivery Manager. That way you can sign for your packages remotely and even customize your delivery time. Excuse me, sir. Could you take me to the stadium?
Sure, hop in.
Thank you.
Hope you like jazz fusion. Squid up what? Sorry.
Customize your deliveries with FedEx Delivery Manager.
Why create something this extravagant? Or make a back seat that feels nothing like a back seat? Why give it every feature you could want, along with a few you didn't know you needed? It's simple. You can build a car, or you can build a Cadillac. Come in now for this exceptional offer on the Cadillac CT6. Get this low-mileage lease on this 2018 Cadillac CT6 from around $549 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
You want to keep chasing your dreams. We make sure you never have to stop.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
Good morning, football live. It's the aftermath of Super Bowl 52. We've got Peter and Nate and Kyle and myself. The season, I guess it's over. Is it official? Tomorrow's the first day? I don't know.
Going right
it's
back
over.
to work.
Philadelphia Eagles. We will be at work in New York City tomorrow, but it is the Eagles. They are crowned Super Bowl champs. They're first in franchise history, pulling off the upset of Tom Brady and those Patriots. So I've got a couple of word associations I wrote up here. You guys are going to answer on the whiteboards that we brought with us from our New York studio. You guys ready? You down?
Yeah.
All right, first up, what is the first thing, Kyle, that comes to mind when I say Nick Foles, Super Bowl MVP? One word.
One word. Ooh.
Nate.
Okay.
One word.
All right.
Okay, well, here we go.
I'm always a rule break over here. Hard Knocks. I watched the clip just now during commercial with Jeff Fisher. Peters were racing over there. Oh, I'm supposed to use a microphone. I think of Hard Knocks. I just watched a clip during commercial of Jeff Fisher calling him during the preseason. We all watched it. It's really fascinating now that he's Super Bowl MVP because Jeff Fisher calls and says, "How's it going? How's the family? Did you stay in California? We're going to go ahead and release you." It's truly stunning. And I don't even blame Jeff Fisher. This isn't a reason to make fun of him. I'm sure he has his reasons. But the fact that then Nick Foles could have walked away. I just got cut by a bad Jeff Fisher Rams team. This is it. And now he's a 16-3 team quarterback, Super Bowl MVP. I think back to that moment. Hard Knocks.
First backup to win a Super Bowl since Brady did it back in 2001.
One of my favorite quotes of all time comes from one of my favorite movies of all time. It was when Benny the Jet Rodriguez was talking to the great Bambino.
PF Flyers,
and
yes.
he said, heroes get remembered, but legends never die. And I've always remembered that when I saw that movie, and that's Nick Foles. Right now, he is a legend.
Yes.
He will always be a Philly legend. He can be a backup next year to Carson Wentz and never see the field and be the most popular man in Philadelphia. For a guy who always played for that ring and never got it, congratulations, man. You are a legend.
We're usually pretty funny and callous, maybe even casual in this segment, but I'm going to be completely earnest on this one. Faith. And this man has faith. This is it. This guy is a true believer.
Yes.
He is a believer in God, and he's a believer in his team, and he's a believer in himself. Not a lot of people had faith in Nick Foles. Nick Foles had faith in himself, and Doug Peterson had faith in him, and that's all that really mattered.
All right, playing word association with the boys here in Minneapolis, live on Good Morning Football. What is the first word or words that come to mind when I say Brady down 5 with 2 minutes, 21 seconds to go? What comes to mind, guys?
I'll go first.
You guys are really skillful being able to hold the microphones and
I think of the word
cockroach at the same time.
This guy doesn't die. You cannot
Nuclear
exterminate
war
him.
can't kill it.
Nuclear war. Brady's still going to be crawling around. It's unbelievable. We talk about this Tom versus time. It's Tom versus the world, and I think he's a cockroach in it. Somehow they exterminated that guy. They exhausted him. They beat him.
I got this, Kate. When Brady has the ball into the game, I'm thinking right here, duck boats, gas them up, let's go. I actually had a feeling when the Eagles were driving at the end that the Patriots were going to let them score like the Broncos did with the Packers back in the day, because no defense could stop any of them. There was no reason to think that Brandon Graham was going to make that play because no one had made one all night. Brady with the ball with 2 minutes and a timeout, duck boats, seeing another parade.
I'm going with rerun. I thought it was going to be a rerun, but then it was a rerun with an alternate ending. You ever watch something you thought you knew what it was and say, I never saw this version of this
Rerun, you
show.
mean with the beret and the suspenders?
Yeah, hey.
Hey.
What up, Bronx? Nah, I'm going with rerun, though.
I love it.
All right. J. Tim's halftime performance. I was on the field for it. It was amazing. So in one word or a couple of words, what is the first thing you think of when I say Justin Timberlake's halftime performance? It was so clean.
Yeah, it was good.
That outfit,
Oh, he had like a bandana, like a stagecoach robber around his neck, right? That was kind of a cool look. Is that the thing now?
for country.
Yeah, all right. It's the Tennessee Kids, is this band? All right. What do you
got
got,
on the piano. He had like amazing sequences. He hit all the hits. I loved it.
You know what? I'm going with skilled. I'm going with skilled because I do feel like he's the most versatile artist out there because he can sing, dance, he can rap, he can move, he can play instruments. I'm going with skilled. And he did a little homage to Prince. He's one of the most skilled artists out there.
Created a famous person out of a selfie.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
We have handheld microphones today. I want to get a microphone in our studio back in New York because this thing that he had, this trick mic, have you seen this thing?
It's wild.
The microphone stand was on this, like, I don't know what it was, but he would do a thing.
Literally the sexiest thing ever.
Right, okay, so he'd kick it and then, like, grab it behind his back and then, like, do, like, a Four Seasons thing. It was the trick mic thing that he had going back and forth.
Here it is.
Oh, give me the trick mic. Yeah! Look how cool that is.
Oh.
He's like white chocolate of microphones.
Is that sexier than Andy Reid in a Hawaiian shirt?
It is, Peter. It is. It truly is
Trick
sexier.
mic. We got to get
Hey,
one.
What do you
your
got?
move look nothing like
Of course,
his.
I'm not that cool.
Kay mentioned this kid, selfie kid. Okay, so you're on TV with 100 million in the world watching, and you're right there.
He's like
and,
this.
And Justin Timberlake's looking. This kid is scrolling his
He's
phone,
just like on his phone, just
watching Logan Paul videos. When I'll
Yes.
say, "Oh, wait
He's
a
like,
second, here I
He's
am."
like, oh, Timberlake's here.
Timberlake's
Hold
here.
on.
All right, I guess I'll do a selfie.
Get a picture so you can leave
I
me
don't know
alone.
his name. He'll be on Ellen, I'm sure. I mean, this kid was amazing. Look at him. He's on his phone. Is that by
this dude?
design? I mean, what is he checking? Is he playing a game? I love
I'm more
this
impressed
kid.
that during a Super Bowl performance, Justin stops for a good 6 seconds to take a selfie
That
with him.
selfie with me. Big
Pretty
with
awesome.
millennials. Big with millennials.
That's
Love
awesome.
that.
Peter, you thought that was Backpack Kid.
I thought it was Backpack Kid. I thought it was the kid that does the backpack videos on YouTube.
First of all,
Where's
that's,
that kid?
that's fat
I
guy
don't
in the
know.
little coat.
Is this
That's not
the-
back.
This is the Chris Farley.
Is this the backpack?
I thought it
kid?
was Left Shark. That's what. No.
Left shark. Backpack Kid.
We've got more sound. You might have missed some things. If you don't know who Selfie Kid is, we've got more on that. Of course, the halftime performance, all of the hoopla, all the celebrating going on here behind us at U.S. Bank Stadium, all over Minnesota. And, of course, later this week when they take that thing back to Philadelphia. Eagles celebrations up next.
You got to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe in you.
These major schools, they had so much. We didn't have all that.
I traveled a road that was less traveled to get where I had to get. As I look back now, I just realize how lucky I was to have had that kind of environment.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
Hey, we didn't have a homeowner's claim last year, so Allstate's giving us money back on our bill.
Seems fair. Didn't use it.
Wish we got money back on gym memberships.
Get money back
Hilarious.
with claim-free rewards. Switching to Allstate is worth it.
When it comes to showing love, some use rose petals. At Papa John's, we use pepperonis. A lot of pepperonis. We're using 2 whole layers of them on our large or pan dual-layer pepperoni pizza. Available now for just $10.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Every stitch is a part of me. All these shapes and designs express our devotion to craftsmanship. I want people to feel our passion when they touch it and when they drive it.
Test drive the CX-5 and experience the details for yourself.
How do you win at business? Stay at La Quinta, where we're changing with stylish makeovers. Then, at your next meeting, set your seat height to its maximum level. Bravo, tall meeting man. Start winning today. Book now at lq.com.
Men, women, dilly-dilly! Sure, we may be outnumbered. 20 to 1. They may have more men, more horses. They have arrows with fire, which probably don't hurt more than the regular ones. Look, I'm gonna level with you guys. We're out of Bud Light. And they have some! So dilly-dilly!
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
Packed for any occasion. Joseph A. Bank's Super Tuesday sale and save up to 70% store-wide. $19.05 in executive suits, $199. And all dress shirts, $39. And an extra 50% off all clearance. The Super Tuesday sale, only at Joseph A. Bank.
Every day, I push myself to be better. Every day, I make choices. Every day, I bring the hustle. And Oikos 000 Greek non-fat yogurt helps me fuel it. It's got more of what I want, like 15 grams of protein, and less of what I don't, like added sugar. Because every decision and every moment matters. Oikos, fuel your hustle.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, Patriots, Eagles, highlights, headlines, and heroes of Super Bowl 52. The game-changing moments, the game-breaking MVP. Tonight, 6 Eastern.
This is Good Morning Football, and tonight on NFL Total Access, it turns out defense doesn't win championships until it does, with an explosion of offense and an explosion of emotion. Learn how the Eagles beat the odds to beat Brady and those Patriots. The best moments on and off the field, plus star quarterback, star receiver, and Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles. Unbelievable performance, unbelievable story. It's NFL Total Access with your complete recap of the biggest and best game of the year. That's tonight at 6 Eastern and only right here on NFL Network. Cannot wait to see Total Access and all that behind. Deion Sanders with all those guys in the field. They're like half-hour interviews he was having out there. Amazing stuff. This is Good Morning Football. It is Peter Schrager and Nate Burleson and Kyle Brandt. Why are you looking so serious? Oh, now we're doing one of those. Okay.
Rock on.
We're going to send it over now to
Party on,
Will
man.
Selva out in the NFL newsroom in
Party on,
LA. What's up, Will?
Hey, Kay, is it okay if you guys can host just one more show for me tonight and then host Good Morning Football tomorrow morning? Is that okay? Just like
Of
2
course.
hours.
Totally.
That's all.
Sure. We're down. We're there. We'll be there for you.
You ready? Okay. Are you guys holding up all right over there? By the way, you guys are rock stars.
Yeah, we're good, man. We're great.
Yeah, Peter and Nate are going to do PTI today, too.
I knew they were up to something. All right, guys, appreciate you. You guys honestly have been awesome the past few days. Well, after winning the first Super Bowl in franchise history, Eagles safety Malcolm Jenkins said he's been in the league for 9 years and has never been a part of something like this year's team had going. Last week, during one of his press conferences, Eagles defensive tackle Fletcher Cox donned a wrestling luchador match given to him by a reporter and said it gave him superpowers after the team famously wore underdog masks during the playoffs. We spoke with our man, Steve Weish, on the field after the game.
You guys have rode this underdog wave ever since Nick Foles has come in at quarterback. You guys are now world champions. What about the attitude and what that did for you guys to get to this point?
We embrace it. Everybody in the room, everybody on the coaching staff, all the players, we all embraced every moment of it, man. And, being the underdogs put a really big chip on our shoulder, and it helped us push through, to the end, and we're world champs today.
Lastly, what will this mean for the city of Philadelphia?
I can't wait to get back to the locker room, look at my phone. I know the city going crazy right now, but it means a lot to the city, man. This Super Bowl will be legendary to the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, the Eagles executed their pass to Nick Foles to perfection. The Patriots unable to do the same on Danny Amendola's pass to Tom Brady. Could have been a momentum swing for New England in the second quarter, but to no avail. TB12 talked about this failed catch.
Yeah, Danny made a good throw. I just didn't, just didn't make the play. And it was there to be made, and I missed the play. Yeah, I caught it. but didn't catch it tonight.
Well, as we've been talking about, it's been a great week in Minneapolis, culminating with an exciting game. The Super Bowl officially over as NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell handing things off this morning to the city of Atlanta, the host city for Super Bowl 53. I know the gang will be there. By the way, the four of you have safe travels going back. Here's to hoping you all get a lot of leg room on the flight.
We will all be there, probably taking naps, because we will have a show tomorrow morning where you will be a part of us. Yet again, hey, great coverage this past week, and thanks for kicking it with us and keeping up with us and keeping us on our P's and Q's, bud.
Well, thank you, Kay. I appreciate that.
And I don't care what they say, Will. You're coming to the Super Bowl with us next year.
Yeah, there we
He
go.
doesn't care what they say.
Yeah, I'm there. Let's do
my
this.
God, man.
Making plans for Hotlanta already. Will Selva out in the NFL newsroom. All right, speaking of Hotlanta, let's do some hot takes after this. What is our one? Why not?
Oh, LeBron's
It's
not
freezing.
clutch enough, Kay.
No, that's not what I mean.
Clutch
We'll give you
Gene?
guys our final thoughts from Super Bowl in Minneapolis after this. Don't miss it. You never know what we're going to say on
Set the ball to the
GMFB.
Hall of Fame.
Oh,
What's with all these super teams? The NBA, Jordan would never do it.
For just $3.49, you can get not one, but 2 cheeseburgers with small fries and a drink. And for just $1.69, you can get not 1 or 2, but 10 nuggets. Part of the King Savings menu, only at Burger King.
You're an amazing machine, especially when inside another amazing machine, the Lexus ES. With standard technology like Lexus Safety System Plus, the Lexus ES and ES Hybrid. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world. And they can respond, I became a soldier.
Vengeful vermin. Seen it, covered it. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. How do you win at business? Stay at La Quinta, where we're changing with stylish makeovers. Then, at your next meeting, set your seat height to its maximum level. Bravo, tall meeting man. Start winning today. Book now at lq.com.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon. Saturday, NFL Network presents the most memorable recent Super Bowls.
I can't believe it!
Relive the moments.
Intercepted at the goal line. Touchdown, Ravens!
And the champions etched in our minds forever.
Ray Lewis goes out a champion.
Back to back.
A touchdown and a title! The Eagles deserve every bit of it.
The Super Bowl Classics Marathon starts Saturday at 10, only on NFL Network.
Now through February 15th, join Planet Fitness for only $5 down and then $10 a month. No commitment. It's just more proof that good things come in fives. Like high fives. 5 minutes to warm up, 5 minutes to chill out, 5 fingers for grabbing pizza. And best of all, the 5 that gets you into the judgment-free zone. Just $5 down and then $10 a month. No commitment. Now through February 15th. The world judges. We don't. Planet Fitness. Be free.
Welcome to the Auto Show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Let's check out some Chevys. What's your first impression here?
This car is really amazing. This is nice. That's awesome.
And what if I told you that you can get Auto Show cash right now?
Cashback is always great. Oh my God.
Get 0% financing for 60 months on this 2018 Chevy Equinox LT. Or use your Auto Show bonus cash to get $32.50 total cash allowance when you finance with GM Financial. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
HBCU,
HBCUs.
Historically black college
and university. When you see the Georgias, the Oklahomas, the Alabamas, them guys would have been going to historical black college because that's the only place they could have went.
Back in the 60s, during the civil rights movement, there was not only intimidation, but there was racial slurs and things like that.
You know, when I came in the league in 1978, I was one of 3 black quarterbacks.
First black quarterback to start a Super Bowl, the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
I think I was blessed, but I also know that was a price to pay to get there.
Jerry Rice is unstoppable.
Nothing is given to you. You have to earn everything.
You got to believe in yourself.
To be the best at what you do, you got to create the mindset first.
Don't let anybody tell you you can't.
I think HBCUs are more important now than ever. A lot of people don't think that they're prevalent because kids got the right to go anywhere. And they're correct. We could go anywhere. But anywhere is not good for all of us.
You don't measure where you are by the places you're allowed to go.
Cannot wait to see that. This is Good Morning Football, our last couple of minutes here in Minneapolis before we get back to New York. We have put on 4 4-hour shows of live TV starting at 6 in the morning. So final thoughts, guys. Mine is just big thanks to everyone that came together and as a crew, you know, to put this amazing stuff together and organize the guests from everybody. Devin, our stage manager, all the camera people and crew, and Annalise and Megan, who've been with us all week. We love you guys. Hamilton, Ziplo, Steph, Rich and Logan out in L.A. Kastner. You guys, of course, for being here. Jess,
you too,
for taking care of everything. It is not easy, and we love all of our, you know, everybody who watches at home, but really thankful for that.
Yeah, and thank you to Minneapolis and the city that put on a Super Bowl, great Super Bowl in these conditions. I mean, snow was freezing, but people still came out, and the city did it well. You know, it's hard to host a Super Bowl when you have so many different fans coming in to enjoy the biggest game of the year. And me being a former Viking, just thank you for calling my name and walking up to me and saying, Nate, we miss you. It means a lot, more than you realize. So thank you so much.
Mine is more big picture. Just I feel like the country is divided at times. I think people are very negative. Last night, for a quick 4-hour window in our lives, everyone could get together, get on a couch, be at the stadium, wherever you watched it with your friends, and you thought about something else, you thought about football, and they put on such a show. Those athletes,
well said,
they amaze me so much on Sundays, and the NFL puts on such a beautiful, beautiful product on Super Bowl Sunday. So kudos to everybody, and I hope everyone enjoyed it, because the NFL, they can still make us really hope and believe, and this story that the Eagles just put on can give everybody inspiration, everybody hope, and even for one day, you can believe in something. So I thought it was beautiful.
Peter. I think we've all been blessed to be some different Super Bowl cities around the country. Minneapolis was awesome. Let me tell you, there's a lot of jokes and easy jibes about the weather and it's cold. This was a great city with great people. I ate walleye yesterday. I've never had walleye. It was cool. It was cool to be in a different part of the country. And once we got here, I think that was the most exciting Super Bowl I've ever seen. Truly. Yes. I don't know. We'll have time to chew on it, whether it was the greatest. The end of Titans-Rams back in the day is the greatest ending. Last year was kind of insane for different reasons.
Hard to argue this
From
one, though,
start to finish, this was a drag race, a 4-quarter drag race with no stopping, no pit stops, no timeouts. I was exhausted at the end of it, and this is me talking here. I could barely catch my breath at the end of it. So what a great host city, and what an incredible game we got to watch.
We have an incredible Hall of Fame class to celebrate as well, and NFL Honors was incredible. As usual, I feel like the 4 of us are so blessed to even be a part of that. So thanks to everybody at NFL Network for making that happen. And all the guests that came on our show.
Oh, yeah.
What a highlight reel of guests day in, day out, from your J.J. Watts, Walter Payton Man of the Year, your Aaron Rodgers, Eli Manning.
Tony Gonzalez.
Unbelievable guests.
Guest after guest after guest. It was an unbelievable week. There were so many Macaulay Culkin moments in that game. Like you say, I was shy.
Yeah, the aftershave.
Did that just happen? That was a Super Bowl experience wrapped up all week.
It's so cool that the Philly fans were here to enjoy it, too. I feel like they came in such droves, and there were so many. Kyle got to meet his idol.
There's a great American. I was out of bounds with Fury last night. It was absolutely amazing. Who else do we have? Who else do we get to meet? Oh, Game respects Game. That is Peter with Gene Sarator. Find a more iconic duo. I'll wait.
Peter, is that $100 in your hand right there?
Oh, Nate, come on now. Trying to show camaraderie. And now, Straigs?
That is M. Night Shyamalan, one of my favorite directors of all time. If you haven't seen The Village, go to your DVRs.
Don't want to miss The Last Airbender, no matter what you do. M. Night was ready.
The movie Earth with Will Smith. Yeah.
Earth with Will Smith and Nate.
Hey, listen, man. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you.
You guys kick butt.
You
kick
some
long hours and short nights. But we did it. Thank you to everybody involved. And I'm going to say my goodbyes. Let me go stare out the window.
What are you going to do,
Very
Nate?
dramatically. I just want to stare out.
Press up
Are you
against the
gonna stare
window?
at it and yell at those trucks for backing up this entire show? That truck. I'm going to go talk to that truck driver.
Yeah, come on. Can you ever drive
Honestly,
forward, sir?
I think I'm not. I'm going to go have words. This is Good Morning Football. We, of course, have coverage all day long here on NFL Network following last night. If you want highlights, info, Rob Gronkowski had some interesting words. Coach Doug Pete.
Oh, Billy. Oh, Philly. Nate, it's going to be okay.
Get a grip. Get a
Midnight
grip.
Express Twitter is lit right now.
Oh, yeah. Go hit me with the blue ivy.
Cable Guy Twitter on fire.
What a week.
Guys, is this you? Busting out of your pants, no energy or drive, and you need Nutrisystem for Men. New for 2018, our best program ever. Lose up to 18 pounds and 8 inches overall in your first month. Money back guarantee.
I'm Essex, and I lost 43 pounds on Nutrisystem. I lost 120 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Put down the wings, pick up the phone, and get with the program today. Order your 28-day plan right now, and we'll rush you Nutrisystem for Men with specially designed meals. Plus, 1 week of all new NutriCur bars free. 1 week of all new NutriPro shakes packed with 20 grams of protein to help shrink your gut free. And 1 week of all new Turbo Boosters to rev your metabolism free.
The food was delicious.
Pasta, pizza.
If you're like me and you like to eat, this is what you get to do.
Call or go online in the next 2 minutes, and we'll even throw in FedEx shipping free.
It was perfect for guys like me who don't like to cook.
Lose up to 18 pounds and 8 inches overall in your first month.
It's simple. You eat the food, you lose the weight.
Go online or call 855-671-SIZE and get Nutrisystem for Men with bars, NutriPro shakes, and Turbo Boosters free.
Life's too short to skip vacation. Sometimes you've just got to say,
Book it.
Book it. With an epic range of hotels, houses, yachts, yurts, and more, Booking.com makes it easy to find the perfect place for you.
Booked it.
So don't skip it, book it at Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
You have a vision. It's behind everything you do. Even when you least expect it, it comes through. You know what you want, and we can help make it real. You need choices? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
My name is Scott Jordan. My problem? I had tons of stuff to carry, but no easy way to do it. So I started Scotty Vest. At Scotty Vest, we make great-looking clothing with tons of hidden pockets and unique features. Now, you can carry all your stuff hands-free while looking great. Never worry about misplacing anything ever again. The uses are endless. Scotty Vest will change your life. Try it out. Visit ScottyVest.com right now and browse dozens of styles for both men and women.
I don't know what it's like to lose everything I own. I don't know what it's like to serve and protect. I don't know what it's like to raise a family without a home. I don't know what it's like to walk in your shoes. But I do know what it means to care about people. And I do know that I can do my part and that we will do our part to ensure that our work outlives us.
Good Morning Football at the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl, we're presented by Mazda today, right outside beautiful U.S. Bank Stadium, saying thank you, fans. And we talked about it. Eagles get the win. Eagles fan base got the win. They were really represented yesterday.
Before, during, and after, it felt like we were in Philadelphia last night. We were at the game, all of us. That was a home game for the Philadelphia Eagles. Make no mistake, that was not a neutral field, and I think it played a huge role, Kay.
Kyle Brandt, will you be at the parade?
If I'm invited, I would love to attend the
Kay
parade.
Adams, will you be at the parade?
I was not invited. I don't know if the Eagles fans want me there because I thought the
wait.
Patriots were going to win the game.
I'm just throwing this out there. If we're in New York,
yes,
and it's such a close trip for us, wouldn't it make sense for us to do Good Morning Football from Philly?
Talk about it.
Unless we're really tired from Super Bowl week in Minneapolis.
So
that's what caffeine is for.
NFL, Work it out. Nate, calling orders. Look at you.
Peter Strager, Nate Burleson, Kyle Brandt. I'm Kay Adams. We have press conferences going on this morning live in Minneapolis. The winning team, I bet they haven't slept at all. But Coach Doug Peterson will address the media. So will Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles. How did he get the MVP? Let's tell you right now with Good Morning Football's lead block.
The lead block. Okay, let's check out the Super Bowl because it was insane. Truly, this is an honor to do Super Bowl highlights here on the NFL Network. Brady's played in 8. Belichick, he's coached in a ton. Malcolm Butler will not be playing in this one. We're still trying to figure out why he was benched. In my opinion, the Patriots win that game if he plays. I truly feel that way. I think they needed a few plays in the secondary to win this game. They didn't get it. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's his replacement, Eric Rowe, a former Eagle. How'd that go? Alshon Jeffrey, a fantastic catch and a throw from Foles. They're up. It's the first touchdown of the game. This is a beautiful thing.
For the record, it's good coverage right here.
It's fine.
Yeah.
They didn't make the play, and if I'm a Patriots fan this morning, I am very angry, and I want answers why he was not out there.
I agree.
But a lot of good players were. It's 9-3 now. Brady going up top. He's Brandon Cooks, their best receiver, and boom! Malcolm Jenkins levels him, blindsides him. Guys, Brandon Cooks was done. This was a huge, huge play in this game because he did not get back on the field after this. We hate to see it went down like that. But the fact is, he left, did not return, and the Patriots had to make do without him. So, James White, Danny Amendola, Tom Brady. Oh, Tom.
The entire stadium gasped.
The gasp, absolutely. I think even Eagles fans were almost a little disappointed he didn't catch it. It was an amazing moment. The fact is, Brady's a big receiver. He's about 6'4", long arms, huge catch radius. You got to bring that in. 15-12 now, Philly knocking on the door. 4th and goal. You give it to LeGarrette Blount, right? No, you don't. You snap to Corey Clement. You lateral it to Trey Burge, and you throw it to who? Nick Foles.
My man Brian Brown on Twitter sent me it. Nick Foles ran this in high school. They have the exact play. The video is on Twitter of him running this exact play in high school.
Unbelievable. It is now known as Philly Special and is now known as a Philly legend. Guys, how did this all go down? Shrake said he did in high school.
You know, that play we've been working on for the last couple of weeks and just needed the right time, right opportunity, and guys executed it brilliantly.
Doug and I were talking. I was like, let's just run it. It was a good time. And the end was a little wider than I thought, so I was like, I really need to sell like I'm not doing anything. And it worked. Trey made an amazing throw, right on the money. I just looked it in.
Nate, what'd you just say?
You got to have some cojones to call that play, brother.
Trey Burton said it, quote afterwards, Coach has got some big ones. And I can't lie, Jack Del Rio, you're on notice. 3rd quarter, 22-12, Eagles up. Brady, though, knocking on the door. This was just Gronking all over the field. He had over 60 yards receiving on the drive alone, and then the touchdown and the spike. It felt like the Patriots were awake, the angry dragon. But Foles says, no, I got your dragon right here. And I got Corey Clements. An unbelievable catch and throw. There was also uncertainty in that very Eagles-friendly stadium about whether this was going to be overruled because there was a bobble, you know, the lingo of this, to ride the ground bobble. Guess what? It survived. It was a touchdown. Wentz joyous on the sideline. Belichick saying, we got to get this defense together. We're going to lose another Super Bowl. We can't stop these guys. 29-12, a 10-point lead for the Eagles. You can't kill the Patriots. They're so difficult to kill. And Chris Hogan in the end zone, right over the middle, braces. We got this. We were down 28-3. You think I care about being down 10 to the Eagles? 4th quarter. Now they're down 6 to the Eagles until 3-2-1 Gronk. Undefensible. Absolutely undefensible. I don't know if it's indefensible, whatever it is. They couldn't defend it. And Gronk scores his 2nd touchdown of the game. Indefendable?
Undefendable.
Can you look up that? I'm a mess right now with that word. Nick Foles, though, also indefensible. 32-33. He's down. It's a 3rd and 1. They get kind of cute with it, which was working from that night. Go out to Torrey Smith, and they stop him. If you hear the beeping behind it, it's the Patriots backing up and not playing Malcolm Butler. Matt Patricia out there, 4th and 1. They need a stop. Who's going to make a play on defense in this game? Is anybody? Not here, because Nick Foles' hand was so hot. All he needed was 1. He got about 2. Zach Ertz, move the chains. It felt like this game was going to come down to, could anybody make a big defensive play? Again, it's not the Patriots. The beautiful timing throw to Nelson Aguilar right over the middle, found the window. The Eagles now down 1, 2 1/4 to play. Zach Ertz, get up, touchdown. It is a go-ahead touchdown. It came with some controversy, some uncertainty. A lot of takes on Twitter about this. A lot of references to Steelers tight end Jesse James, who had a touchdown taken away from him against the Patriots. Jesse James tweeted, "That's a catch." We all know it's a catch, but sometimes in this day and age, Gene Steratore needs to tell us it is, which he did. The play stands, but there's a lot of time left for Brady. He has a timeout to work with. Look at that. Plenty, but it's 2nd and 2. I said someone needs to make a defensive play. It was Brandon Graham, the Eagles captain. The strip sack, the rook, Derek Barnett recovers, and it felt like this could have been the end of the Patriots in this game forever. Who knows?
Look at 55.
55 gets the paw, and he said, "I saw Brady's arm. I reached for it. I got the ball. We needed one play, and I made it." But guys, it's still not over. Jeffrey Lurie doing the blue ivy that Kay taught us, trying to calm everybody down. Patriots down 8.
Look who almost
7
gets him
seconds.
again. Look.
Oh, Graham almost had the walk-off, but Brady says, 56 yards in the air. I got this. Gronk, go up and get it. No.
You got to have somebody behind the point guy in case it bobbles. There was nobody behind Gronk.
Most Hail Marys are caught on the deflection. There was the friendly hop.
Dorsett.
There's
That's
always
it.
a hop behind.
And Amendola was a second late and $1 short. And the Philadelphia Eagles, the 1 seed, without their #1 quarterback, had that man who was unconscious and beat the GOAT, beat the Pats, 41-33. The Eagles are your Super Bowl champs. Unbelievable. What do we got, guys?
I want to know when you guys knew the Eagles, the deal was sealed. When did you guys, all watching it together, up in that booth, at the Super Bowl, right behind me right here, when did you know the Patriots weren't winning it? It was the Eagles game.
It was such a good game, not until that bobbled Hail Mary. As soon as the ball got tipped and it hit the ground, that's when I said, okay, the Eagles, you guys can breathe right now. But to that point, Kay, the Eagles dominated this game from the very beginning. The Patriots were fighting their way back into the game. And, of course, in the fourth quarter, they made it a game. But if you look at the narrative from first quarter all the way to fourth, the Eagles were in control of this one. So you have to respect the way they won it.
It's such an amazing season for the Eagles. Forget Carson Wentz for a moment. They lost Jordan Hicks, their middle linebacker. They lost Kiss Maragos, their best special teams player. They lost Darren Sproles, arguably their best running back. And yet they kept on coming and coming and coming and coming. Jake Elliott missed an extra point in this game, and they found a way to bounce back. He hits a huge 46-yarder to make it an 8-point game. And when the game mattered most, it was 4th and 1, and they have LeGarrette Blount and Jay Ajayi, and everyone says, give the ball to one of the big boys. They decide to go shotgun. Pass it to Ertz. Extend it. They were playing with the same exact kind of way they were playing all season, where it was just, let's just roll the dice. It's been working aggressively. Let's just be us. Okay, did I ever think the Patriots were going to, win that game? Yeah. Throughout the game. Every single time the Patriots got the ball, it's like, this is it. But it doesn't matter what we think. The Eagles knew they were going to win it, and they did.
The aggressive play calling is why they won this game, right? Nobody's ever in the playoffs had over 500 yards. 41 points on a Belichick-led team in the playoffs has never happened until last night.
I think the answer to the question initially is the same thing. Until the Hail Mary fell on the ground, I really thought the Patriots were still going to steal it.
If you told me they're still playing right now, I still think the Patriots are going to win.
I agree. I still think they're going to catch the Hail Mary. There was one time in the game, and only one, I felt the Eagles went conservative. It was at the end of the game. Remember, they were up 6, and they could have gotten a first down to end it and taken a knee. They ran 3 times and kicked the field goal up by 8, and I said, you got to kill the Patriots. What were you saying, Peter? You got to snap the neck.
You have to snap the neck. They were up 5, and they ran it 3 times, kicked the Jake Elliott field goal. They didn't pass. When they were I said, I hope they don't regret that. I hope. But then again, last year, what did we say? Why didn't the Falcons run the ball? Why are they going?
You're right. That's such a good call. Listen, we say it all the time. Do you. As a coach, you got to do you. And we can talk about the trick plays and the 4th down, but here's another reason why they won. On 3rd down, Nick Foles, 11-14, 169, 2 TDs, 0 interception. A 156 passer rating.
On 3rd downs?
On 3rd down.
11-14. It's unconscious.
That's how you beat the Patriots.
79 or near 79% passer rating or completion percentage on 3rd down, which is wild. All postseason long. They've been doing that all season long. They've been aggressive, and we've been highlighting it here on the show, even though I did think the Patriots were going to win.
A lot of people did.
With that Hail Mary. Hashtag GMFB, guys. You guys can keep tweeting the show. Love your tweets. We want to hear from Tom Brady, though. He had some interesting things to say at the podium as well. He thinks he'll be back. He expects to be back. What does that even mean? Gronk saying he's got things to think about. What's going on with the Patriots? We'll break it down after this.
Every stitch is a part of me. All these shapes and designs express our devotion to craftsmanship
I want people to feel our passion when they touch it and when they drive it.
Test drive the CX-5 and experience the details for yourself.
So, the General can insure almost any car and any driver?
We sure can.
You know, I wasn't sure about the General when I was younger.
Well, we provided low-cost auto insurance for more than 50 years.
Hey, I'm not that old.
At the General, monthly payments are low with immediate online proof of insurance.
Get your anonymous online quote with low payments and ride with the General.
For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
It's the Bud Night. It's the Bud Night. We're saved. Yes. Dilly dilly!
Time to do what must be done. I did it.
Here's to the friends you can always count on.
When it comes to showing love, some use rose petals. At Papa John's, we use pepperonis. A lot of pepperonis. We're using 2 whole layers of them on our large or pan dual-layer pepperoni pizza. Available now for just $10.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, Patriots, Eagles, highlights, headlines, and heroes of Super Bowl 52. The game-changing moments, the game-breaking MVP. Tonight, 6 Eastern.
The Hall of Fame class of 2018 has finally been revealed. Take an in-depth look at this year's inductees.
Randy Moss, touchdown!
The Gold Jacket class of 2018. Thursday at 8, live on NFL Network.
Welcome to the auto show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Let's check out some Chevys. What's your first impression here?
This car is really amazing.
This is nice.
That's awesome.
And what if I told you that you can get auto show cash right now?
Cashback is always great. Oh my gosh.
Get 0% financing for 60 months on this 2018 Chevy Equinox LT. Or use your auto show bonus cash to get $3,250 total cash allowance when you finance with GM Financial. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I was on my way to work, and next thing you know, I was on the ground. The trash truck ran over both my legs. I had 16 surgeries. I don't sleep through the night unless I had my medicine. My medical bills was piling up. My employer stopped paying me. Conley Hawkins is putting me back together.
All right, welcome back to Good Morning Football. Will Sullivan inside the NFL Network newsroom. Well, the confetti barely blanketed U.S. Bank Stadium, and already the focus was on next season for Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Now, Brady may have lost Super Bowl 52, but he's not about to take an L against Father Time as well. Brady became the first quarterback to reach 10,000 career postseason passing yards. Only 5 QBs have more than 5,000 plus career postseason passing yards. So he's still obviously playing at a very high level with no plans of calling it a career. TB12 wants another crack at a 6th Super Bowl title.
I expect to be back, so we'll see. Sorry? I mean, it's 15 minutes after the game.